Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Angular Connect, day 2. Woo!
Today is going to be even better than yesterday because it's not just all the great content, but we've got something else extra today, and that is Naomi. Everyone, welcome Naomi!
Hello. I'm so sorry that I missed yesterday. What did I miss?
It's probably easiest to show you in pictures, actually, because we've got a few back early. So we had this amazing keynote from Igor and Jules. They covered improvements. We also had a whole load of great talks in the other tracks that was really awesome. And we finished off with, quite frankly, hilarious game show run by Shai. That was really, really great. I'm so sad that you missed it all, Naomi.
Well, I didn't totally miss it. I was following along on Twitter. I saw some really epic tweets.
So what were your favorite tweets? I hear we had some prizes for them.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Ed, can you go out if I shout out to people and they put their hands up and holler?
I sure
can.
can.
Show you a few of them? All right, so this one made me laugh really hard. Sebastian, are you here? Is Sebastian here? No.
Yeah.
Somebody tell Sebastian later. I loved his tweet. It made me laugh. Like, what are these people doing? They're hiding from the beer. I don't know. They're wearing onesies. Next tweet. Michelle. Is Michelle here?
Hey.
Yay! Whoa. Michelle, thank you for your tweet. Michelle says, I'm so glad my cloakroom number did not cause a code not found exception. This one was Martin. Martin was live doodling. Are you Martin? Yay! I loved these. He was live doodling in the sessions, then posting them to Twitter. I could not do this. It's beautiful. And then Lee. Lee, are you here? Is Lee here? No, Lee's not here today. I love seeing pictures of just people hanging out in the games room. And then last off, Sherry. Is Sherry in the room? No, still sleeping in. That's all right. Sleep well, Sherry. That's your prize. But yeah, I love seeing all the tweets. Please keep the tweets coming. You can hashtag it Angular Connect so we can find it. I think we have more prizes.
Yeah,
We've got more prizes, yeah.
We have more prizes. Please keep tweeting and posting photos. We'd love to see them. All right, code of conduct. This is super important. We want Angular Connect to be an event where everybody feels welcome. The code of conduct is on the website. Please make sure you read it. If you have any issues at all, please speak to somebody in a red or a blue t-shirt, like these. Or you can call or email Ruth, who's the CEO of White October Events. If there's anything, there's Ruth over there, waving her hands. If you see anything or anything happens, it's not okay. We really want to hear about it.
Okay, on to other notes. So if you want a bit of a break from all this going on here, we've still got our games room going on. There's also our chill out space with the mindfulness sessions. I actually tried that out yesterday. It was great. So if you guys want to have a go, it's at quarter to the hour all throughout the day, so check that out. We still also have our quiet and prayer rooms, so you can use that too. So we know there was a bit of problems with the Wi-Fi yesterday. Sorry about that. We've worked on this and improved it for today, so you need to note the underscore at the beginning of the network name, underscore Excel London, and there's no password to use, so hopefully that will sort that out.
All right, we have the stream text link up today. If you want to, you can also access the live captions on your devices. We also have it on the big screens up here. A huge, huge thank you to White Coat Captioning, whose flying fingers are making this text possible. Thank you.
And then thank you again also to Wrangle and all our other amazing sponsors, because quite honestly, without them, this wouldn't be possible. So let's hear it for them, everyone.
Woo. Okay, folks, it is time to get down to serious business. For our day 2 keynote, we're going to dive deep into how Angular is being used to address real-world problems faced by developers and by businesses. Please join me in welcoming Angular developer advocate Stephen Fluin to the stage. Stephen, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. Are you excited? Yeah. All right. I'm a little bit more excited than you. Let's hear that one more time. Are you excited? Yeah. All right. There we go. We had so much awesome content yesterday, and I'm really excited about all of the really awesome content that we're going to see again today. Part of my loves, part of the things that I'm really passionate about and why I come to a lot of these conferences is to talk to developers. hear their stories, hear what they're having fun with, hear what their challenges are, hear what their successes are. Because these are a huge part of how we make Angular successful and how we make it better for everyone that's using it. I really like to think that today, it is a really great time to be an Angular developer. If you look at the state of Angular and the satisfaction levels that we've got from all of the developers that are using it, we've really achieved a really nice time. We've achieved a high level of stability, making updates very, very easy as you're moving between versions. We've got a really successful, passionate ecosystem that are building and looking at how we can do things more and better all of the time. And that's something that I really want to lean into. As I think about the things that we want to do on the Angular team in terms of encouraging community and collaborating with the developers that are out there, there's kind of three things that I think about. The first thing I think about is really bridges to Angular. There are a lot of developers out there coming from a lot of different contexts. We have a lot of developers still using AngularJS. We have developers coming from other technologies, such as C#, such as Java. And we want to figure out ways to help those developers and welcome them into our community. And a big part of welcoming people into our community is this idea that I call welcome signs, which is I want to acknowledge that you've kind of arrived at Angular and really have us focus on how do we welcome those people in, how do we make it easy to get started with all of the different tools that we've got, and give them a guide and a roadmap to how they can become better developers using Angular. And then the third piece that I think a lot of the people in this room are really excited about is how can we use Angular as a bridge to take us to new technologies that really make us better developers and help us build better applications for our users and for our organizations. More maintainable code, cooler features, taking advantage of the platform as it continues to evolve. And so today's goal is I'm really hoping to convince you to take your Angular applications to the next level. What we've seen when talking to developers is we used to really focus on beginner content. How do I get started? But when we come to conferences like this, most of you are already using Angular in a professional context. And so you're less interested about basics about Angular, what a component is, what a service is, and really want to take it to the next level. And so you've heard a lot from our team this past day about all of the cool new things that are possible, in diving deeper into what the framework and platform provide in terms of topics like dependency injection, in terms of internationalization. And so this talk is really focused on three areas where I want to help you take the next step in your Angular applications and build even better experiences for your users and better applications for yourselves. I'm going to talk about this in three stories. First, I'm going to talk about progressive web applications, or PWAs, which are a really new, exciting way of building applications that are going to allow you to leverage the new APIs that are available as part of the browsers to radically improve the engagement of your users. Then I'm going to talk about new technologies, such as server-side rendering, that can extend and enhance the way that you deliver applications. And then last, I want to talk about building libraries. There's a lot of companies that are standardizing on Angular and choosing, hey, we need to build a library internally, and I want to talk about what that can look like and some of the challenges and opportunities for you there. So let's get started with this idea of PWAs, progressive web applications. So there was a fantastic talk from Maxime yesterday, which you should definitely go check out. But just to remind you a little bit, PWAs are a set of new APIs that allow you to take more advantage of the web as a platform and deliver better experiences. So you have things like the application manifest that collects your application. Instead of having it as a series of URLs or pages, we have a concept of an application with a starting point, with an icon, with a name, and even a color that shows up in the browser. Then we also have things like the service worker that allow us to build new experiences by caching and proxying content that's coming from the web and make sure that my application works even in unreliable internet connections or even in offline use cases. The world is mobile. When we look at building a new application or new website, it's really important that we use these things. And I'm reminded this every time that I travel, because when you get on a plane, you lose internet connectivity. And to the extent that that stops you from being productive, that's frustrating to your users. And so it's really important that we as application developers think about the types of use cases for our users, because people are engaging with us in more places and in more ways than ever before. And acknowledging that new context is very, very important. We've looked at a lot of different applications, and for some classes of applications, we see about 70% of web traffic, so that's just over HTTP to a website, is about 70% coming from mobile. And in places like China, this is even higher. We see numbers like 90%. And so acknowledging mobile as an afterthought isn't really possible anymore. We really need to think about how is our mobile experience coming through via our web application day one. I often recommend to developers, you should, when you're in the developer tools, click on that little device emulation mode and just leave it on, because that's how most of your users are going to experience your application. It's really important to think about the needs of our users when we're building these sorts of applications. We talk about the features that we want to deliver. So whether it's offline capabilities with Service Worker, or whether it's just having the capabilities that they need at the right time, using new APIs such as the Payment Request API. It's also about performance. How do we achieve both good runtime performance, so that every interaction that they have is smooth and fast, but also startup time performance? How do we make sure that we can deliver these applications even on slower networks? I also like to think about our users from a couple of different perspectives, because sometimes we're engaging with users on a more transactional basis, where I have a user that's going to make a single purchase at a single time. They don't necessarily want to have a relationship with me. But then also, what are the ways that we can have deeper relationships with our users, with our customers, in terms of a longer-running engagement, where they want to keep coming back, where they want to give us space in their lives and in their home screens. But it's also really important to acknowledge that we have organizational needs when we're building these sorts of applications. What is the development cost to be extending our applications to new experiences and thinking about new contexts? What is the complexity overhead of managing multiple platforms and thinking about all of these different users? And then how much code can we share? There's a lot of ways of delivering applications, and one of the metrics that's really important at an organizational level is how much of the code that I write can I reuse, and can I maintain a single code base for as much of the functionality as possible. Angular is really great at letting you use some awesome solutions that exist across the web. First up, I like to talk about NativeScript. NativeScript is a way of using Angular and using the web and declarative style templates that Angular has, and then expressing those things and rendering those things out as native UI widgets. We also have technologies such as Ionic, which are using a web view approach where we are shipping applications to the user via their browser embedded within an application, and then giving us a JavaScript API to all of the native capabilities. This is also possible with things like Cordova, where if you want to roll your own native application, it's using the same sorts of technologies. And Ionic actually uses Cordova under the hood. But what I like to say is that a lot of people want to build this installed native application where you actually show up in the App Store or in Google Play. But most of the time, you actually have to ship a website as well. And so what I would say is, if you're building a website anyway, build it as a PWA, because you're going to enhance the experience for any users that have browsers that support it. And for everyone else, you've basically just done the right amount of work to deliver these great experiences via the web, which is so key. So I want to tell a few stories today. And so the first story that I want to start with is about a company called ShopStyle. They're an e-commerce platform. So if you go to shopstyle.co.uk, you'll see this. And so basically, they are an index and a search engine that allows you to find products. So whether that's furniture, home goods, clothing, accessories, those sorts of things, you are able to visit their website, search for what you want, and then they take you to that content. ShopStyle already had an Angular application when we started talking. And they were even going further than that. They were already using server-side rendering, which is something that I'll talk about a little bit before. So they were really early adopters of Angular, leaning into a lot of the very cool capabilities that we're trying to offer to developers. They even have mobile applications on iOS and Android that they built natively. And they have a huge install base that is building this great relationship with all their customers. If you like ShopStyle and you install their native application, that means you typically want to keep coming back to their app, and you're going to keep buying from them, which is good for their business. ShopStyle's success, in their words, was driven by performance and by delivering smooth user experiences. So how do they define smooth? So for them, they talk about server-side rendering of content was really important for them. And again, I'll talk about that a little bit later. Their application had to load quickly. So as soon as the user visits a link, or whether they type in the URL, we need to be showing them the content, showing them the information they need to start making decisions about their shopping experience. The application also has to be responsive. As soon as the user can see those things, their expectation is that they can interact with those sorts of things, whether it's clicking on filters and having them respond, or clicking into a product and getting more information about it. And so having these smooth experiences is really important. But then we ended up in a conversation with them, and they heard about PWAs. And they thought, hey, maybe we should give that a try. There's basically 3 ways to think about PWAs today across the web. I talk about the Angular Service Worker, which is the opinionated Angular version of the service worker that's baked into the core framework, where we're automatically understanding a lot about your application using our semantic understanding of your apps, using things like the CLI and building service workers into your application for you. But there's also a couple other very cool tools that exist out there. The first is Workbox. This was a tool that was built by the Google team, by the Chrome team, in order to help a lot of web developers who don't have the same sort of DevOps infrastructure, the same sort of build infrastructure, to start adding service workers to their application and solving a lot of very common use cases. And a predecessor to Workbox that we still see a lot of developers use, that you're going to hear a lot about if you're doing PWAs, is SW Precache, which handles a little bit one of the challenges of Workbox, but it was there first and has a huge install base kind of across the web. So at the time, the Angular Service Worker wasn't exactly ready. It wasn't, we didn't have CLI support at the time, and so it was a little bit early for them. So they ended up choosing SW Precache. And it took about a week of calendar time, but about 2 days of development. They got from having nothing, having a conversation about PWAs, all the way to having a prototype that was live in their dev server. So as they were building this out, I really wanted to dig into not just what was successful for this, how easy it was, but I also wanted to understand some of the challenges to help guide everyone here as you're starting to look into these technologies. So the first challenge that they had to overcome was the idea of analytics. How do we track and understand the impact of our PWA? And so what they did is, as part of their app manifest, they set a home URL that included a UTM source. Basically, they identified the campaign saying this user came from a PWA. So as soon as the user had that application installed to their home screen, every time they clicked on that, they ended up knowing that that user came from that source, and they could measure the effectiveness of that. And we'll get into some of those outcomes that they saw via those analytics in a little bit. They also had a lot of organizational mindset shifts that they had to do. So one of the challenges that they struggled with that I think they continue to think about is whether or not they should have a customized or personalized launch URL. Because we have these nice server-side rendering capabilities, when I render my app manifest, I could actually send down a dynamic or a custom URL for any user that is authenticated with me. So I believe at this time they chose not to do that, but it's something really interesting to consider for the future. Another challenge that they had was user notifications. So at the bottom of the screen, there's already in their application a prompt that says, hey, you should go check out our native application. So now in addition to this, they have another prompt from the browser saying you should install our PWA. And there's 2 other prompts that they have to think about. One is when they want to ask for permissions to display notifications. Should they be doing that at all? Should they be doing that for authenticated users? And second, when should they actually be sending these notifications? When is the right time that says, this is going to be useful to this user, and the user is going to want this notification, and it's not going to come across as spammy and make them uninstall or disengage from ShopStyle. They also wanted to think about caching versus dynamic content. So for them, having fresh content is very, very important, and I think it is important for a lot of us. And so thinking about when and where we should be caching and where we should have dynamic content is really important. And so today, they're not actually taking advantage of offline. Because their content is so dynamic and so fresh from the internet, where they actually rely on third parties as well to deliver shopping experiences, offline doesn't necessarily make experience. But maybe there's some opportunities for that in the future. Tooling. So I asked them about their tooling recommendations. Their first one was use Lighthouse. Lighthouse is another product from the Chrome team that's now actually built into recent versions of Chrome. What Lighthouse provides is a set of audits that tell you how good is my application? What sorts of features am I taking advantage of? Does it meet the criteria for a PWA? And so it's a really helpful tool for understanding the accessibility of your application, the performance of your application, and how well you're meeting the criteria for a progressive web app. They also recommend to use the CLI if you can. If you can't use the CLI, because there are still a few companies that are not able to use the CLI because of their build infrastructure, they found that SW Precache was a really good option as well. So I want to talk a little bit about their outcomes in terms of what happened after they'd shipped this experience into production and they were seeing users starting to add the PWA to their home screens. So for every user that added the PWA to their home screen, they saw a 90% increase in time on site. And for those of you not in e-commerce, time on site is one of the leading and most direct indicators of how much spend users are going to have. And so having this sort of impact from just having a PWA on their home screen is really impactful. But the other half of that is, what if these users are coming from iOS or Android and they already had the native application? What did that do to all of the other traffic? Well, fortunately, they actually saw 0% cannibalization of their Android and iOS market share and usage. So all of the users that wanted to install the applications from the app stores still used those applications from the app stores. And people that were using the web experience, a subset of them opted to engage and deepen the relationship by installing the home screen. And we saw that 90% time on screen experience increase, which was huge. So next up for ShopStyle, I think they're looking at push notifications. So they've decided not yet to do push notifications. But the nice thing about PWAs is they're progressive. You can add one feature at a time. You can keep making it a little bit better and a little bit better. So now they're looking at how can we add notifications to our application in a nice, smooth, easy way. There's also 2 ShopStyle developers in the audience. If you guys want to raise your hands, if you're in here right now, but definitely look for them. There they are. Thank you guys so much for letting us do this little story about you guys. If you have any questions about their application, feel free to ask them. If you're looking at getting started with PWAs, I highly recommend that you use the Angular Service Worker. We feel like it's the easiest way to get started because we're trying to abstract a lot of the complexity of service workers for you. So obviously you can go deep and you can build your own service worker from scratch if you want, and there's a lot of use cases where you may want to do that. But we find that an easy entry point for getting up to speed on these sorts of new technologies is to use the tooling that we're providing. And so we shipped a brand new service worker in version 5. And we also now, as of the 1.6 beta of our CLI, have support for it via the build. So you add the service worker module to your application, you add the service worker flag to your CLI, and every build will automatically include the service worker for you. Go watch Maxim's talks. He did a really great deep dive on the Angular Service Worker, both the version that existed before version 5 and the new one. So huge props to him, and thank you for doing that. So another really important technology that I want everyone to kind of think about leaning in on is server-side rendering. When I think about server-side, so we also call this project Angular Universal. So Angular Universal is a project that allows you to, via platform server, take your Angular application, run it on the server, get out a string, and then ship that string to your users in whatever format you want. And so server-side rendering is really great for extending the reach of your application because while we often think about users and the people of our applications, I talk about there being users of our applications that are not humans, the machines that are reading our applications. Whether that's a search crawler that doesn't have the capability to run JavaScript, whether that's a social network that wants to crawl and scan your content to understand it and generate things like a thumbnail, server-side rendering can both help these machines understand your content, but they can also increase the perceived speed of your application. By rendering something faster to the screen, the user sees the application faster, and they can start making decisions. They can start engaging with you quicker. So once upon a time, there was a business publication called Forbes, and I want to invite Jason Jean onto the stage to tell us more about what Forbes is doing with server-side rendering.
Thank you, Stephen. So my name is Jason Jean. I'm the lead developer on the article page for Forbes, and I'm here to tell you about how we use Angular, or what I like to say, the way of the Forbes. So this is our article page, and the most important thing for this article page is the content. We want to get the content to the user as soon as possible so that they can understand what our authors are trying to tell them. So when Angular started its development, we looked at our current article page, and there was a lot of complication in how we developed it. On the back end, we used Java and Spring MVC, and on the front end, we use AngularJS. And this is kind of confusing for us because every time we did a new feature, we either had to do it twice, once on the back end and once on the front end, or we need to involve multiple developers to develop one feature. For our new Angular page, we're really excited about doing features once, using the same code base for back end and front end, only having to write the code once. Usually when you use a client framework, as many people do today, it's very slow to get content onto the screen. You have to make multiple network requests in order to get a meaningful content render. On slow connections, this can be even more painful. So that's why server-side rendering is very important for Forbes and its article pages to get the content there as soon as possible. When the user navigates, we do a lot of the work for them on the server, so by the time they get their first network request back, it's a fully rendered, meaningful page. They have the content and everything else. Then they make 2 more network requests in order to become fully interactive, and as they go through the site even more, it's a smooth experience. It's really important to use server-side rendering when there is no JavaScript. And while we like to think that JavaScript is everywhere now, there are some cases where it's not. One of these cases is search engine optimization. And even though Google executes your JavaScript, not all search engines do. So if you want to be visible on all search engines, use server-side rendering to tell them what your page is about. Similarly, for social media and chatting, they use crawlers to crawl your page, which don't execute JavaScript. So it's extremely important to use these previews to tell those users through a link exactly what your page is about, maybe a thumbnail, maybe a description, so that they're more enticed to visit your site. And this will drive more traffic to your content. Also, there's times when our user has bad network. And as Stephen mentioned, you can do this with PWAs, but also sometimes they might not even get the JavaScript. JavaScript is many times very large, and with bad connection, they might lose connection and never get it. And they'll be staring at a blank screen, which they'll be really confused. And then the last thing is, with the way the web is moving, older browsers, you might start to deprecate support for them because they can't execute your JavaScript. But if you server-side render your pages, these browsers can still understand HTML, and as long as you render meaningful content to them, they can still get your content even though they're using an older browser. The great thing about Angular is that server-side rendering works just like client-side rendering. So if you're already using Angular on the front end, you know how to use it on the back end. When we get a request, we do some routing to choose which template we're rendering. And then we can also do some server-side authentication to see whether or not this user is able to see the page. So when refreshing the data, it's important that on the server side, you put it into the HTML so that the client, when they get the HTML, they have that API data, and they don't need to call it twice. And this is possible using a state transfer API that was introduced in Angular 4. So when you're rendering your content, this is extremely important to your users because it's into the HTML. This is the first request they get back, and seconds after they get that request back, they're able to see meaningful content on the page. And then lastly, for machines, it's really important that you put page metadata onto the HTML so that they know what your page is about as well. And this will drive more traffic to your content. There's some caveats for server-side rendering that you'll run into when you start going on this journey. One of them is caching. You want to balance how long you cache your pages for to keep fresh content, but to maintain fast response times. And this will also allow you to use fewer, more scalable servers. Part of this is dynamic content. Some of your pages might have dynamic content, and that's great. But if you want to keep your pages cached for longer, think about keeping this dynamic content off of the server render and rendering with client-side rendering. Also, keep in mind what's above the fold and just what is very key to your users. Server-side rendering only lasts about 3 seconds on a good connection, so you can leave some of the later things and load them progressively in. There's also a lot of interactive elements which probably don't work without JavaScript, and sometimes they don't look good if you server render them, so consider just leaving space for them so that they come in later and fully interactive, and you don't trick the users into thinking that they are. Forbes came across an issue that we had to overcome, and we used custom elements to solve this issue. So a lot of people are wondering, with the static analysis, how do you get dynamic content rendered in? So our CMS sends us a body that's just a string, and this string has interactive elements embedded into it. So we had problems when using AOT on how to render this content, but still keep it performant, because compiling on the runtime is expensive. So we use custom elements for this. For those interactive embeds, we built custom elements around them so that the web knows how to bootstrap them outside of Angular. Then we were able to reuse these elements across our other pages that don't use Angular or don't use the framework at all. Performance is like a race. You want to be as fast as you can to get content to the user. Because Forbes uses server-side rendering, we're able to get content in under a second to the user. Also, because we code split most of our longer bootstrap times outside of the main app bundle, this is able to start 1 second into the page. And then because we use AOT, when the app does get to the user, it's quick to boot up. And this happens in under 2 seconds. Because of all of this, we're able to call our ads in under 3 seconds. This is extremely important to our advertisers because it gives their ads more viewability. And then also, because the content's getting there earlier, users are more enticed to interact with our content and scroll down and to read the article. So this is how we use performance to create a better user experience. Forbes has also stayed up to date with the latest Angular versions. We started development on our Angular page just as soon as Angular itself started developing. And then when they finally released, we were really quick to ship our mostly viable product out to our users to see the differences between our old experience and the new experience that was coming. When Angular 4 was in testing, we also took the opportunity to get a sneak peek, and we also found bugs, but we contributed fixes for them so that by the time that Angular 4 released, the general public did not experience these bugs. When Angular 4 was released, we then completed our feature set and shipped our product to the full audience, and we had great success doing this. Recently, when Angular 5 came out, we also followed along and we tested the server-side performance to make sure that there was no real-world implications of switching the server renderer to Domino. The journey ahead for Forbes involves improving our UX even more, and we want to do this by looking into service workers and what that can do for our audience so that they can get faster render times on repeat visits. We're also looking forward to the newest web technologies and how Angular provides this for us. We want to use these as tools so that our users get a better experience out of it. And then, as we have been for the last 100 years, we'd like to keep highlighting success stories and offering our expert opinions on these. So that's it for me. And I'd like to just thank you all, enjoy the rest of the conference, and may the Forbes be with you. Here's Stephen Fuller.
Thank you so much, Jason. That was awesome hearing about the work that you guys are doing in order to serve your customers. I also want to thank Jason in particular because he actually became an open source contributor and added a bunch of work into the Angular CLI project that helped make Angular Universal even better. And so anyone can do this. It really is possible to contribute back to the open source community and become part of all this work that we're doing. So let's give Jason another round of applause. So if you're looking to get started with server-side rendering with your applications, there is a lot of documentation about Angular Universal that exists on the internet. But one video in particular that I would recommend you take a look at, or if you search for, is Angular Universal and Firebase Hosting. It's by Firebase developer advocate David East, and he does a fantastic job of taking you from a CLI application all the way to a server-side rendered application using Firebase Hosting and Firebase Cloud Functions, which is a really cool combination that gives you a really fast path from getting from your application to being server-side rendered with this nice client-side bootstrap on top. So next up, we're going to talk about libraries, and in particular, building libraries that are designed for sharing code. How many people here are already building libraries that are being shared across your teams? Okay. How many people want to be building libraries that are shared across your teams? Okay, a lot more there. So this is an area that we're continuing to spend a lot of time thinking about. And we've got a lot of future plans to make this easier, things like we're exploring and evaluating CLI support. But I want to talk a little bit about what it looks like today and how people can use this as it is today. And so I'm going to tell the story of a little company called VMware. They do a cloud computing virtualization platform. Everybody heard of VMware? OK, good. So VMware has a lot of developers. Wow, surprising, right? A company that makes software has a lot of developers. This is very expected. But what ends up happening when you have a lot of developers on a lot of different teams? You end up getting inconsistencies in your UI. I'm a really big fan of this XKCD comic, where he says, hey, there's 13 or 14 competing standards, but we need to make a new standard to make it even better. And now we have 15 standards, right? So this happens to a lot of us. It's a very easy trap to fall into. But fortunately for VMware, this story actually doesn't end that way. So VMware internally uses both AngularJS and Angular. And so one of their big challenges was across all of these different teams, the UX that they were building was not as consistent as they wanted it to be. And so what they did is a team within VMware started an engineering-led project to create a full stack owned solution in terms of how we can do a design and how we can implement this design as components that are shipped via Angular. And so they released the Clarity Design System. Initially, it was released internally, but later it was open sourced. And the Clarity Design System was really designed to help build consistency across the whole company within VMware. So it's made up of a few different pieces. They released sketch templates to help people mock out these things and understand what the UX would be to use this standard set of components. They released a comprehensive set of UX guidelines. So what should the application look like? What is the experience we're trying to create? What are the principles at play here when you have to make different decisions about your application? They gave you an HTML and CSS framework that allowed you to prototype very quickly and get moving. And then they manifested all of this as Angular components. Their feeling was that by owning the full stack, it would actually dramatically increase adoption. And I'll mention a little bit more about that later. And just so you have some context, in case you've never actually used some of these web-based backends, so this is vRealize. This is their old interface. And then after the Clarity Design System, we've got another one here, old screenshot. And then below there, you can see a side-by-side comparison of how they've tried to modernize and increase the quality and consistency of their application across products. And then they even did this for their charting and reporting libraries. So one of the things that VMware did is, as with Forbes, they started very early, but VMware started small. And so they released basically just a small, tiny set of components internally. So they started working, and within 2 weeks, they actually did an internal product launch with those new components. So by starting with a very small set of components and not trying to be overbroad, they were able to move quickly and figure out, okay, how should we be doing these things? What are the sort of standards that we want to apply to our company and to the way that we're building out our library? And so 2 weeks is really fast. I was actually really surprised to hear that. But then later in 2016, they actually open sourced Clarity with the intention of building a broader community around the work that they were doing, which can be really impactful in terms of building a higher quality product. So I asked again, VMware, what sort of challenges did they face as they were doing this? So one of the challenges that they faced was they joined us very, very early in the Angular journey. I know some of us were around for that. What I always say to developers that joined us during the beta period was, thank you, I'm sorry. I say thank you because we really needed the validation. We needed to prove these concepts out in the real world. We needed to see how they work and validate them at scale. And a little bit of I'm sorry because we needed to ship code that was going to work for the long term. And I feel like as of version 2 that we released in September of 2016, we've been very successful in delivering a platform that works for a lot of developers and helps them build really great applications. So animations in particular, they ran into a lot, and then just some of the changes that we were doing during the beta and the RCs. Another challenge that they've had to spend a lot of time thinking about is how do we project external content? So I want to provide a component, an Angular component that's usable in other people's applications. What do I do with their content? When do I modify it? When do I give it multiple places that I want to be rendering that? When do I use inputs? When do I use services to pass data? So all of these kind of challenges were something that they thought a lot about. So they shared a few of the best practices that they've experienced from doing this in the real world in the field. So their first tip was think about performance early and often. Angular's change detection is really powerful, and by using Angular across the whole company, they have a really nice way of having a cross-collaboration across many, many different teams. But Angular has some very cool tools for change detection, et cetera. But don't abuse it. Don't be creating extra change detection cycles for every piece of UI that you're putting on the screen. Try and tie in very naturally to the user's experience and think about what you're doing. They also recommend that you leverage services. So from their experience with their component library, they found that using inputs and outputs was actually harder for them than using just services to pass data back and forth. By using services, they were able to centralize a lot of their business logic away from the components themselves so that they didn't have any challenges managing those two things and keeping them in sync. One of the things that they experienced is that, and I think we all see this, is the more adoption you have, in some ways the slower you go. Because the more people are relying on you, the more people that are expecting you not to change, the more people that have requests of you. And so it makes new features and new ideation take longer and longer. And so they've done a few different things that combat this across the company. So the first thing they did is, by open sourcing the project, they were able to encourage more contributions. So as the amount of work increased, because the framework was becoming more and more popular for them, they were able to increase the amount of people working on it, the amount of eyes thinking about those sorts of problems. And so open sourcing can be a very successful tool in your toolbox. They also set up a set of policies and tools for their standards for how they build out these components. When should a component be managing its own state? What are the allowed inputs and outputs? What are the visual standards? How broadly do we want to define these components? And by defining those very early on, it helped isolate each of the components from each other and help them innovate more quickly as they continued to evolve. The last thing that they've spent a lot of energy on is automation. Having good source control repositories, having good developer operations, doing things like continuous integration, having automated tests, having end-to-end tests, unit tests, all of these things, they sound like nice to haves, but especially when you're building a library, which is going to be consumed by developers that are not part of your team, having things is a key to being successful. So I want to talk a little bit about the successes that VMware has had. So they told me this. I was, again, shocked to hear this. Within VMware, virtually all products use Clarity. So they had a bunch of different teams using different UI libraries, making different design decisions, but they've virtually standardized on Clarity. And they were able to do this because it was open, because they tried to make it good enough that developers wanted to pull it into their applications, because they didn't have the central authority to say, everyone, you have to go use this. So they decided, we're going to make the best product and get all of the teams to want to adopt us and want to standardize to benefit themselves. So by open sourcing, they also opened themselves up to new modes of collaboration. So instead of just getting feedback requests and issues and things like that, they actually empowered their community, both internally and externally, to contribute back and solve some of those problems that made the product even better and better. One of the things that they saw was it wasn't just employees contributing. People in the world, and I think Angular is a really fantastic example of this, want to contribute. They want to be part of really cool products and services. And so by open sourcing, you can engage and activate the community and really empower them to help themselves at the same time. Another side effect that I don't know if they were intentional about this, but by having an open source design system, all of the partners that work with VMware were actually able to make applications that behave just like VMware applications. And so as a side effect of doing this, they created this continuous feeling across their whole ecosystem, not just within their own company. And so that was really kind of interesting to hear about that. So for collaboration, by making both a design and an implementation, they made it easier to adopt these standards across the whole company. The other thing that they saw is collaboration across teams was increased. Because you already knew how to use the Clarity design system in one part of the whole company, you could use it in another, and you could have cross collaborations across multiple different projects. So if you're looking to get started with building your own component library, I want to point you to 3 resources until we get some of the tooling a little bit better and automate some of these things for you. So first, we have an Angular package format specification. So if you search for Angular package format on Google, you'll find it. It's the top link. I'll also be posting some links to this presentation along with all of the URLs that you'll need after this talk. Next, check out the Angular Material build system. So on the Angular team, we have a team dedicated on building Angular Material, which is our vision of manifesting the material design philosophy as a component library. And so as part of building out this component library, as part of our open source project, we've actually done a ton of work to build out tooling that automates and standardizes build systems to take it from the TypeScript code that we write to the JavaScript that we want to ship out to people that are going to consume our library. I would also recommend you check out Philippe's guide. He calls it the Angular Quick Start library. And so this is a really good starting point if you're looking for code samples of how you could start from scratch. While I was making some final minute updates to this presentation, this was actually an article that launched yesterday. So another example of a company that's in the open shipping component libraries and talking about their experiences. So this was an article from AutoTrader. So the article is called Everything's a Component, Writing Domain-Specific Reusable Angular Components Across Squads. And it echoed a lot of the things that we saw from VMware in terms of the ways that it can improve collaboration and create this pull from other teams by focusing on quality and by focusing on reusability, all the way to the manifestation, all the way to the implementation of a full stack solution using Angular. So to leave us, I want to kind of just summarize. We've looked at how we're already great Angular applications, and it's a wonderful day to be building Angular applications for our users. But it's really now time to start leaning into all of the things that we're doing and building better experiences. Whether that's shipping a progressive web application for the first time and creating more engagement with all of our users and getting more traction from the people that are already spending time with us, to server-side rendering, to increasing the perceived performance of our applications, as well as making it more machine readable that will help us broaden our reach across many different places. And finally, building libraries. There was a lot of people here that raised their hands and said, I want to be building libraries. And it's definitely possible today. There are lots and lots of good libraries out there. You can take a look. A lot of them are open source. A lot of them are here as sponsors and in the exhibitor hall, so definitely check those out. But then think about, hey, how can we extend what they're doing, and how can we find our own standards that we want to apply across our company? And just remember, Angular is here to help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. So next up, Yuri's going to come up from our premier sponsor, Wrangle, to say a few words. Yuri?
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. So Angular is ready. Over the last year, there's been a lot of improvements, but at the same time, we have no longer been in the mode where we've been waiting for, like, when is this thing is going to work, when is this thing. It's being ready for production. And I have a question for all of you, which is, what amazing things are you going to build with it? And the reason this question really stands out to me is that, so I'm the CTO of Wrangle.io, and at Wrangle.io, what we do is we help our clients build amazing web applications. We currently 170 people. We're a company based out of Toronto, but we work globally. A lot of our clients are in the United States, some in Europe. We work across the full life cycle of the application. We work. We have 100 Angular developers. So I want to say a few words about our journey. So Wrangle.io and Angular, we sort of, I could say, we sort of grew up together. So when Wrangle started, this was our amazing office, that was our one window. And at the time, Angular was not really that well known yet. And I mean, it existed for already a year, but it was not really that well known. So the first thing that we did, the first thing that our founder did is really invest a lot of effort in promoting Angular in Toronto. I mean, we started a JavaScript meetup before we actually even had that one window. And as soon as we could, we started investing in an Angular community globally. I mean, when we were 5 people, we signed up to be a top-line sponsor of NGConf, which was a little crazy. We've been a premier sponsor of this conference for 3 years. We have done a lot of contributions to open source. We've really made a big effort to just sort of grow with the community. Now, but back to 2014, so we were, at the time, growing. We have taken over like half of that amazing giant building, and then Igor stood up on a stage in one of those European conferences and told us about all of the things that are going to be gone in Angular 2, and mentioned that Angular 2 might be ready in a couple of years. So we're like, thank you, Igor, because our clients started calling us basically the same day, and they were not calling us to tell us that they wanted to sign up for more Angular projects. The people were scared, right? So what we decided to do, though, is that we felt like, well, we understood the rationale for this change. I mean, we were already busy telling clients why not to be going dollar scoping and why to be moving to sort of better ways of doing Angular 1 at least. So we decided to go all in on this. And we said, like, this change needs to happen. We want to be part of the solution. So over the course of the next couple of years, we have really gone all in. We have worked with Angular team on Augury, the debugging tool. We have done a lot of training. We have jumped into doing Angular 2 projects way before Angular 2 was cool. It was well in pre-beta times. We also we did a lot of consulting and training. We incidentally wrote an Angular 2 book, as in just at some point we looked at our training materials and we're like, oh, this looks like a book. And I know some people have come up to us and said that they've learned Angular using, and it really warms my heart to know this. So it's been fun times, but now it's here, right? Angular is ready, and we're really excited about what we ended up with, right? The Angular team has done an amazing job. It's now stable. The performance is stellar. It's so easy to get started. And at the same time, what we've also loved about it is the fact that it actually maintains flexibility, right? I mean, people say it's an opinionated framework, but you actually have a lot of flexibility. We have found lots of opportunities at times to swap components in and out. At some point, we provided some of our clients with our own, for instance, server-side rendering solution, and it was not that difficult. At Angle, we take a somewhat different approach at Angular at times. We focus very strongly on functional programming because we find that that simplifies tremendously unit testing and test-driven development. We use Redux or NGRX very heavily, and again, so that's one thing we've been really appreciating is that flexibility. But now what's next? It's ready. We can use it. So one of the things we found is that over the course of this last 2 years, our focus has been shifting. Clients no longer come to us asking us, please help us get started. It's a lot easier to do that now. I mean, with CLI, you just sort of, you install it, you type a couple of commands, you are started. The documentation is so much better. Increasingly, people are coming to us saying that they want to build big, amazing things, right? So, and that has required us to shift to different questions. I mean, it's a lot, partly it's about using all of those cool features that are now coming out, you know, like, I mean, server-side rendering, PWAs, but it's also about figuring out how to scale applications, how to scale agile, how to run an application that is being built by dozens of people as opposed to by 2 people, as opposed to by 10 people. So we have clients where we have multiple Scrum teams working, sort of using scaled agile. We have clients where our consultants work pairing with 100 developers on their side. It also has required us to think a lot more about what is it that we're building. So I mean, as a company, we have invested a lot more into design, into product strategy, and we now offer clients consulting across all of those things. So we have this vastly expanded scope now, really looking to not just help clients get started, but helping them build amazing things, build the right things. And so this takes me back to the question, what amazing things will you build? And please come and talk to us about this at our booth and have some coffee on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuri. Okay, it is room-changing time. Up next, across the way in Saturn, we have Angular Material Data Table with Andrew and Aaron, and Rob will be in here presenting on Angular Elements. You have a couple minutes to swap seats and play musical chairs. Sit, sit, sit. Come in, come in. We haven't started yet. Come in. Everybody grab a seat. Don't be shy. There's still lots of seats. All right, everybody, our next speaker, Rob Wormald, is a developer advocate for Angular at Google. He's also the founder of the immensely useful NGRX project, which provides reactive extensions for Angular. Today, he's going to explain the basics of Angular Elements, a new concept introduced as part of Angular Labs. Rob, welcome.
Thanks very much, Naomi. So this is something that I've been waiting to talk about for 18 months since I joined the Angular team, so I'm pretty excited to get to talk to you about it today. I'm Rob Wormald, as Naomi said. I'm a developer advocate. I work on NGRX. That's my GitHub. That's my Twitter handle. Follow me on Twitter. Pretty much, I just tweet about Angular and the web all the time. So fair warning, what we're going to talk about today is under the Angular Labs umbrella that Jules talked about in the keynote yesterday. This project, we're reasonably happy with where things are going. We're reasonably happy with where the APIs are. But things could change, so just a little bit of a warning here. So I want to start with a little bit of a thesis statement. So I think that Angular at this point is ideal for building complete applications, right? And everything that we build, our tooling, our documentation, infrastructure, we're building it for this use case. But it can be a little bit more challenging to use it in things that don't fit that single-page application model, right? So things like enhancing existing HTML pages, right? So in AngularJS, you could take a page and you could put Angular on it and sort of sprinkle some Angular in there and it would boot up and sort of magical features would be added. We get asked for this a lot. A big part of being a developer advocate is being out in the world, talking to developers, talking to teams who are building things with Angular, and we hear this request a lot. And this is really challenging because Angular sort of owns the entire DOM inside of a component, right? And so it's kind of hard to interweave and mix and match. And then content management systems is the other one that comes up all the time, right? And so a content management system it's typically driven by a database, and you've got kind of non-developers logging in and rearranging pages, building pages out of existing components and content and things like that. And these things are typically server rendered, right? Especially when you're talking about content, you want to make sure it's fast. And I like to call these kind of layout or attribute driven. You want to put elements on the page, and then you just want to sort of configure them, right? Set the attributes, add content to them. But you don't really necessarily want to do this as a single page app. And then widgets, and this is kind of a catch-all term for all sorts of different cases. But widgets are things that you embed in other places. You might want to create a unit of functionality and put it in another application or put it on a site. Maybe put it on a site that you don't own, right? You're a company and you have a service or you have some product that you're selling and you want to be able to give other developers widgets to embed in their pages. And then mixed environments, right? So when AngularJS came out, it was the bee's knees. It was the only game in town. But 7 or 8 years later, there are a bunch of other projects. There are a bunch of great frameworks out there. And you might work at a company, we speak to lots of companies who might be using 1 or 2 or all of these different technologies, right? And so Angular is a little bit interesting, and really none of these things particularly talk to each other very well, right? So you end up doing a lot of work, you end up doing a lot of bridging, a lot of glue code. It's not super nice. And then I just got to say sorry to Ward and Jesus. If you saw their talk yesterday, they talked about how they did Angular I/O, which is a content-heavy site. Some of the challenges that were in there, I sort of deprecated their talk yesterday. And there we go. So if we look at Angular I/O and how this works, Angular is, our website is mostly content. It's mostly static HTML, right? And typically, if you've got static HTML, you don't want to turn it into an Angular component because you're generating a bunch of unnecessary code for static HTML. But then you do want to embed these kind of widgets, again, with this functionality into these static pages. And so you can actually check the code out for how this works on the Angular repo right now, but it's pretty complicated. And so you look at it and you're like, oh, we've built this kind of live example. It's really simple, and this is how you think it works. But it actually works like this, right? You get a bunch of code, and you're doing things like getting component factories and wiring them up manually. And these are all our notes for ourselves going, what are we doing here? You can see there's a hack note in there, preserve these things, right? So this is non-challenging, and this is code written by us, right? This is non-trivial. Again, more code to make this work, right? You're dealing with change detection manually here. You're dealing with each time things get destroyed, you have to clean them up, right? So it's possible, but it's not easy. And we have this thing at Google too, right? Internally at Google, we have many different frameworks. We have Angular, and teams are still using AngularJS, and there's Angular Dart, and there's Polymer, and there's Wiz, and there's a ton of other tools, a ton of other frameworks, right? And we want these things to work together. And internal teams, right, they want to share code across teams. They want to use things like web workers and all these cool things that Angular does. And teams reorganize, they migrate, things change, teams come together, they move apart. And so people are constantly trying to basically rebuild the world every time they do anything. And so, for me, the thesis here is that Angular components can be tough to use outside of Angular templates, and they can be even more tough to use outside of an Angular application, right? The last thing I just want to point out is reusable components. So I'm a web developer. I've been a web developer for a long time. And I, in my career, have probably written a dozen date pickers in various flavors, right? And you can see on NPM, there's 872 different date pickers that people have re-implemented. I think this is kind of a shame. I think it's kind of a shame that we keep redoing the work again and again and again. And the other thing that's a little bit of a shame is that we have all of these people in this room, all of these people in the Angular community who are building these awesome components, right? These awesome UI libraries. But most of them really only work inside of Angular applications, right? And so for the AG Grid team, I know shares across different teams, different platforms. But again, they're doing a lot of work to glue these things together, and it's kind of a shame. So we started this by asking, can we do better on this? Can we make this better? Can we make this easier for Angular developers? And maybe kind of close to my heart, can we maybe make the web better for everyone, not just Angular developers, but anybody who works on the web, right? Can we make it better? So we'll take a little bit of a detour here, but let's talk about web components for a second. Raise your hand if you've heard of web components. If you're watching on the live stream at home, that's pretty much everybody in this room. Raise your hand if you've used a web component. If you're watching on the live stream at home, that's significantly less people. Raise your hand if you've ever written a web component. Still less people. It's maybe like 10, 12 of you in the room. If you don't know what web components are, let's talk about them for a sec. They're a set of 4 specifications. They've been around for a few years, and they're designed to make web applications easier to build. So part of this is HTML templates. This is stamping out DOM. You know of this in Angular today as ng template, right? Create some unit of UI that you're going to stamp out repeatedly. Shadow DOM, lets you build components. They're encapsulated. Their styles don't leak over the page. We use this in Angular today. This is view encapsulation.native, right? This is Shadow DOM. HTML imports, they were in a sort of a proposed spec. They've kind of been deprecated. They're not going to go anywhere, so we're not really going to talk about them very much. This last one is the one I really want to talk about. So custom elements are really what makes web components. So custom elements allow you to create HTML tags and just drop them onto pages, right? And the idea here is it allows you to mint elements that work exactly like native DOM elements, right? And so again, there's a standard way to define a web component. They let you create these new DOM elements. Version 1 just shipped in Chrome and in Safari. So this covers something like 80% of the web at the moment. And then Firefox and Edge, they have this in development. And you can polyfill custom elements back to something like IE 9 or 10. So creating a custom element, right? You put it on the page, it just boots up, it works. It's a really, really nice experience. How do you build these things, right? So you create a class, just extends from HTML element, and then you use this window.customelements API to sort of register this class against this selector, and then when you put it in the page, it sort of boots up and starts working. They handle attributes, right? So custom elements allow you to observe attributes. You can say, I want to listen to this attribute on the element changing. Give me a callback when it changes. This, if you're paying attention, looks a lot like Angular's ng on changes, right? This is a lifecycle hook. When something changes, tell me about it. And then in the DOM, right, you can just set that in the DOM. You can just current dash date, set a date, it'll work. And then when you change that value, it will trigger that callback, right? You can do this programmatically, right? So under the hood, this is actually what Angular is doing, something like this, right? So you get a hold of an element, you can set attributes on it. Same thing works for properties, right? So you can have setters and getters, and you can say, when somebody sets the current date property, update the DOM somehow, do something, right? Get the current date. So again, this is very analogous to Angular's @input, right? It's a property of that component. You can do this programmatically as well, right? Get a hold of the element and then just do picker.currentDate, set it to a date, and this just works. And they do events, right? So you can dispatch events from a custom element, right? When something happens, when somebody clicks a button, when somebody changes the date in your date picker or whatever, you dispatch an event to the outside world, and then you can just listen to it, right? So this is add event listener. The key thing I want to kind of point out about these three things is that these are completely standard. Everybody who is a web developer knows how these things work, because this is how the entire web works, right? And they have lifecycle hooks. So connected, when the element's connected to the DOM, fire this callback, and when it's disconnected, fire this callback. As I said, when the attribute changes, we get that callback, and then we have this adopted callback, which allows us to know basically when an element's been moved from one document to another. I've never actually found a use case for this, but it's in there. And interestingly, custom elements, web components already work in Angular, right? This was a design goal from day one of Angular, that you can go ahead and just take any custom element, drop it into your Angular template, and it'll just work, right? Because Angular sees it as a DOM element, because it is a DOM element, right? You don't have to do anything special. You don't have to think about this anyway in any special way at all. And also, interestingly, it's actually impossible to tell, looking at this template, is that an Angular component or is that a web component? There's nobody know, right? They're exactly the same syntax. This is important. So this is great, right? Why don't we just do everything this way? Let's do everything as custom elements. Well, some people think this, right? So webcomponents.org, this is a site that Google runs that actually kind of keeps track of all these different components that are available. There's 1,200 or so in there. You can see our friends AGGrid down there. They have that AGGrid-Polymer. This is that thing I was talking about, right? They're having to manage a special flavor of their grid for a specific framework. And of course, our friends at Ionic, if you've been paying attention, they've been working on a new project called Stencil. And the idea of Stencil is that Ionic wants to grow larger than just the Angular community, right? They build this amazing set of tools, this amazing set of components, and they really want other people other than Angular developers to be able to use this, right? So they've started under the hood in Stencil creating web components. And what's great is that all that stuff's going to feed right back into Angular, right? Angular supports web components already out of the box. Stencil components will just roll into Angular apps with no problems. So why isn't everyone doing this, right? Why don't we just do everything as web components? Well, this is kind of the problem here, right? This is a very simple checkbox. You can check it out in the Google Chrome how-to components here. So this is kind of a best practices example of how would you build a custom checkbox, right? And you can see there's a lot of manual DOM manipulation here. We're setting attributes and checking if we have attributes, and if we do, we're doing a thing, and if not, we're dealing with check properties being upgraded, right? We're adding event listeners here. It keeps going, right? So when the attribute changes, we're going to do all this checking. Well, if this happened, do this, and if this happened, do this, and if this didn't happen, then do this, right? Keeps going, right? If it's set, then we check the values. And all of this stuff is why we use Angular, right? Nobody wants to do this. Nobody wants to write this kind of code. It's buggy, it's hard to maintain, and your job is to make things work. Your job is to not deal with attributes, right? Nobody wants to do this. And of course, we use Angular because it provides this amazing platform of stuff, right? You get all these amazing things, internationalization, we have a CLI, you get animations. We have mobile tooling, we have compilation, we have DI, we have upgrade, all these amazing things that Angular gives you. Web components don't give you any of these things, right? It's a much lower level primitive. So we're talking about low level APIs, not components, not things that you're using to solve business problems. So what if we didn't have to choose, though? What if these two things were not mutually exclusive, right? What if we could get the best of both worlds? What if we could get all of these great things about web components? They just work in the browser. You don't have to think about them. They work everywhere. Everybody knows how to use them. Everybody knows how to consume them. So that's what I'm here to talk about today. Angular Elements is a project that we started 3 or 4 months ago. I've been talking about it for a year and a half, I think. And the idea of Angular Elements is we just want to take Angular components that you're writing today, every day, and package them up as custom elements, right? Just so they work everywhere. Simple. So how does this work? Well, an Angular element just wraps an Angular component. So we have this little wrapper that's a custom element, and really what it does is it bridges between kind of these DOM APIs I was showing you and the Angular component, your business logic, right? There's self-bootstrapping, meaning you just put it on the page and it starts up. You don't have to query for it. You don't have to kind of manually connect it. You don't have to do all the stuff that Ward and Jesus were talking about, right? It just works. Now, this word host, I just want to point out, right? So if you're an Angular developer today, you are already probably using this host abstraction. You know about host listeners and host bindings, right? And what you're talking to, what that word host means, is the real DOM element that your component is connected to, right? And so when you want to keep these attributes and properties in sync, that's how it works. So we're already doing this, right? And then what we do basically is we take your components at inputs, right? Your component's kind of public API, and we bridge it. We just say, when you set the property on the custom element, we'll go ahead and just sync it into your input, and we'll trigger change detection. Vice versa, right? If you have your event emitter that's an output, we'll just go ahead and connect that and make it dispatch these custom events, right? So from the outside, you can just consume it as a standard, add event listener thing. As I said, things like host listeners, host bindings, we can do all of these things are very, very close, right? These lifecycle callbacks that custom elements have are very, very close to the lifecycle callbacks that Angular has. And that's on purpose, right? That's not a fluke. This one is interesting. Zones are optional, right? So zones are great when you have a big application. You don't have to worry about change detection, right? It makes things nice and easy. But again, if you're going to put this component in another context, you're going to put it on a different page, you're going to put it somewhere where maybe you don't control the whole application, zones are going to be challenging, right? They kind of integrate with the whole application. So in version 5 of Angular, we made zones optional, right? You can turn them off. You can take control yourself. And so with a custom element, we basically turn off zones, and we just link change detection into your setting and setting those properties and listening to those events. So we kind of make it magical and link it up for you. Important, it's an Angular component on the inside, but it's standards on the outside, web standards on the outside. And this means, again, that anyone who consumes this component, anyone who uses it, pretty much knows how it works already. They don't have to know about anything about Angular to use this component. So let's look at an example. So this is a progress bar. This is a vanilla custom element. You can see there it's a progress bar extends from the HTML element. One thing I want to point out about that is that makes server-side rendering very challenging, right? If you're doing server-side rendering, there is no HTML element because there is no DOM, right? So doing a native element this way or a custom element this way is fairly restrictive. And again, we're doing sort of manual manipulation here, right? When we set the progress, if there's a new percent, we'll keep the attribute in sync, right? We'll also keep the ARIA value in sync so we get accessibility from this. But again, it's kind of manual shenanigans. This is the exact same component written as an Angular component, right? So again, we're just using that host binding, and we're saying, when the progress value changes, keep it in sync with the attribute, the ARIA value for the progress. And again, when you set the input, right, we're just going to expose that to the outside world, and then we run it through Angular's compiler. So if you look at these two things, they're not all that different, right? Templates look reasonably the same. We're kind of expressing the same sets of things. But of course, the one that's coming from Angular, right, it'll server-side render. We can do whatever we want with it. It's very flexible. And so we're able to basically do everything that a web component does, or this custom element does, inside of Angular with far less code, far less shenanigans, far less manual syncing, far less thinking, right? I literally have no logic at all in this component. There's zero code. It's just, here's my input, keep it in sync with the value on the screen. Very, very simple. And then data binding obviously just takes over, right? So let's look at a couple of these demos. I have a couple to show you here. So this is that progress bar. Oops, there we go. This is that progress bar we were just looking at, right? Very simple thing. I want to show you how this works. So I'm going to get into my console here. An error already. Oops, OK. So basically, this is just a very simple page. I'll show you what the elements page here looks like. We look at the body. Make that a bit bigger. So inside of the application here, I have basically my ng progress bar. You can see it's got a shadow rote here. So this is actually using native shadow DOM. And you can see that value changing as the actual. So we're actually keeping the attribute in sync, right? So this means accessibility works kind of out of the box. I'll just show you. I have a little bit of script here. What's important is that, right, I'm just doing a document.query selector. I'm getting a hold of the progress bar, and I'm just doing a set interval and setting the progress. There's no Angular here. Again, this is extremely standard, boring JavaScript. We're just setting properties, setting attributes, right? This is where it gets pretty cool, though. So I can go into my console. I can just say, let's say my const progress bar is document.query selector ng progress bar. Oops. That's my fault. Apologies. So my progress bar, that's the other one I have stored in my script. So now I have a hold of this element, my progress bar, and I can just do stuff with it. I can say, cool, my progress bar dot progress is equal to 10. Right? Just works. More interestingly, though, right? You saw what Ward and Jesus did yesterday, all that kind of manual work you have to do to create one of these new components and connect it to the DOM and get everything wired up, right? What if I want to create a new progress bar? What if I want to just, create a new version of these? OK, very simple. What I want to do is get a hold of the constructor. So I'm going to call this capital P progress bar. So built into the browser here is, as I said, that custom elements API. So I'm just going to say custom elements dot get my NJ progress bar. You don't actually need to go query for that. Come on. So what I get now is I basically said to the registry, give me the constructor for this custom element. And now I can just do this. So I can say let a progress bar is equal to a new progress bar, right? So now a progress bar is an element, right? Just an element in the DOM. And then I can say basically document.body.append child a progress bar, and it works. Right? And so this means that from any context, at any time, you can give anybody an Angular component, they can put it at any page they want, and it just works, right? So this is kind of programmatic, very simple creation of elements. Cool, right? Now, let's look at another one. So this is a very simple tag. This is a very simple sort of hello world component, right? I'm just going to go into the DOM and poke around with this one. Go in here. Now, one of the things, you may or may not have ever tried this, but if this was an Angular application, right, an Angular app, not an Angular element, if you went in here and changed any of these properties in the DOM, nothing changes, right? Because Angular's not actually listening to the outside world. It's very much a one-way thing where Angular sort of reflects the content out, right? But of course, if you're doing this from a CMS or you're doing this from some other context, right, you want Angular to be aware of when you change an attribute or a property to keep these things in sync, right? So I can actually just go into the DOM, into the inspector here, and say, hello Angular, and it just works. Right? So again, we're opening up this API that just allows it to work like it's a completely standard DOM element. And really what we're doing is closing the loop, right? We're so close today to making Angular components look like web components. But they're in this sort of uncanny valley at the moment where you expect it to work like a web component, but it actually doesn't. And so all Elements does is close that loop, make it consistent, make things glue together properly. Now, of course, the Angular team manages the Angular Material project, right? So we've got dozens of amazing components that, again, it would be super cool if you could use them in any application, right? So this is a demo from Georgios where we've basically taken Angular Material, jump in the console here, and we've just said, OK, let's go ahead and turn these things into custom elements, right? So just do it with custom elements. Now I can go into the inspector. The font size. Good call. Thanks, Igor. Cool. So I can go in here, and now you can see I've got a mat progress spinner, right? So this is a material component emitted as a custom element. This works in any context. Again, I can just get in my inspector here, into the console, clear that, $0. It's my progress bar, right? Cool. And I can say the value is 50, or the value is 30, or the value is 99, right? So what we're doing here is we're making the Angular material library, again, available for everybody. Anybody can use this now. Any application can use this. And again, what's cool about this is if you're building an Angular application, but maybe it's going to host on a larger site, maybe it's going to host somewhere else in your application's, in your organization's application, they can use the same Angular material components. You don't have to go and recreate the world to make the rest of your application look like your Angular app, right? And so one of the things that comes up a lot, right, is that we want to be able to play, and I mentioned this earlier, we want to be able to play between different frameworks. One of the things that I talk to a lot of different companies about is they're using, as I said, a couple of frameworks. Netflix uses like 6 frameworks when they build applications. And again, it sucks that everybody has to recreate the world. They have to rebuild these components for every different framework. So I've been talking to Jason Miller, who runs the Preact project. And he's been talking a lot about custom elements as well, so we've been chatting. And I kind of wanted to make sure that, all right, it makes sense that Angular and Polymer would work together because they're very similar, right? But something like Preact or React is completely different than Angular, right? It's a completely different mental model. It works an entirely different way. It uses JSX, not templates, right? So the thing that I wanted to do to validate that this was the right thing we could actually do, like this is the sort of final countdown challenge, right? If we can make this work, then I believe we can make anything work, right? So this is kind of insane. But we've got a demo Preact component here. We're using JSX, of all things, down here, right, to render an NG progress bar, right? And again, Preact doesn't care. Preact doesn't care that it's an Angular component. It's just a web element, right? It's just a DOM element. So it means every framework that talks to the DOM automatically works with this stuff, right? Jump back over to my slides. So I'll link these slides out for you here so you can poke around with these demos. So as I said, this is a labs project. It's early on. But where do we go from here? Well, we want to make sure that we can validate all the right things for you, validate all the right ways to do this, determine some of the best practices. We've been working with Rob Dodson on the Polymer, or on the web team at Google to make sure that we're doing all the right things here. We've got a couple of different things we need to solve. Content projection. We want to upgrade Angular to use the new Shadow DOM v1. Make change detection of zones a little more ergonomic. Sort out packaging deployment. Obviously, and make sure that there's a lot more use cases here that this is going to cover. So if this is something that interests you, if this is sort of tweaked something in your brain that you go, oh, I could maybe use that, please drop us an email at devrel@angular.io. Come and talk to me today or tomorrow. I'll be around. I love talking about this stuff. This is all I've been talking about for the past 24 hours. If you've been talking to me at all, I just keep talking and talking and talking about this. Just before I go, so learn more, again, you can check out, this is actually merged to a branch on the Angular repo. We expect to merge this in at some point in the future, but again, we want to make sure that the whole thing is ready to go before we put it out to the world. But you can pull down this branch and play with it. Check out webcomponents.org, and also check out these two articles from the developers.google site about custom elements and Shadow DOM. And just before I go, I want to say a special thanks to George Kapakas, who implemented the first version of this with me. Really, really great work. Rob Dodson from Google, who's been a really great help on making sure we're doing the right thing, making sure that we are getting these right so that our elements play nicely in the rest of the ecosystem. Adam Bradley and the Ionic and Stencil teams, they're doing this, right? They're moving forward on this idea, and they've been a great help. Adam and I have been talking about this for a long time, so I'm super excited to see that we're doing it and they're doing it. Justin Fagnani and the Polymer team, they've been really helpful as well. We've been talking all the time to make sure that what we're building and what they're building plays together nicely. And of course, Jason Miller from the Preact team for building that pretty cool demo. So that's it for me. Angular Elements, we'll let you know when it's ready to go. But again, we think this is going to be a pretty powerful API for Angular and super useful for all of you. So come and see me if you find this interesting. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you so much. All right, folks, there is lots going on after the break. Stay in here for Angular Forms with Kara Erickson. Over in Saturn, we're going to have 4-way data binding with Angular and PouchDB with Sani Yusuf, followed by Components or the new thin clients with Bonnie Brennan and Lucas Rubelke. In Venus, we're going to have the VH Hero Mini Workshop. You do not have to register for this. It is free. First come, first serve. This is the same thing that was demoed last night. And over in Pluto, our migration panel. Please grab coffee, and there's a fantastic barista cart from Wrangle. We'll see you back here at 11:20. All right, welcome back. I hope you had a good break. Thank you again to Wrangle for the amazing barista cart out in our sponsor area. I hope you enjoyed. Folks, a reminder to please tweet your questions to the Angular team panel that we'll have this afternoon. Use the hashtag AC17panel if you want us to pick up the questions. All right, our next speaker, Kara Erickson, is a software engineer on the Angular team at Google. In addition to her role as the lead developer behind Forms, she works on Angular internals. Her live coding skills are legendary and the result of practice, hard work, and I've heard a diet rich in exotic forms of candy, although I can neither confirm nor deny that this rumor is true. Please join me in welcoming Kara to the stage.
I think the clicker has disappeared since I left. Oh, it's because you have it. Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Kara Erickson. As Naomi mentioned, I'm a developer on the Angular core team, and I'm here to talk to you today about Angular Forms. So here's a quick overview of what we're going to be discussing. We'll start with what's new in Angular Forms for version 5. So that should be exciting. And then we're going to go into what we're calling advanced topics. So what do I mean by that? Basically, in previous talks, I've explored more introductory concepts like the difference between reactive and template-driven forms or the basics of validation. But today, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper. Once you start building forms that are a little more complex than first name, last name, like you see in demos, you start to have another set of questions, right? You want to start to make your forms more reusable. You want to split up your forms, make them dynamic. These are some of the questions that I'm going to try to address today. So disclaimer, this talk assumes that you have some Angular knowledge, like you have some familiarity with the dependency injection system, you know what a view child is, etc. It also assumes that you have some comfort building forms already, because we're not going to do much of a review. If that's not you, that's totally fine. There's lots of content online. You can always circle back to this talk. OK, so before we jump in, we will do a very, very quick review on the differences between template-driven and reactive forms, just as a refresher. So we have the same simple form here. On the left, it's template-driven, and on the right, it's reactive. So your top-level form directive for template-driven forms is something called ngForm, and that's something that is implicitly created for you every time you add a form tag if you import this module. And then it has its child directives, which are ngModels, and these will register themselves with the parent form so that it knows about its value. So the ngForm's corresponding directive on the reactive side is the form group directive, and this directive has its children form control names, and those similarly will register themselves with their parent form group directive. With reactive forms, though, you also have to instantiate your own form tree. So here on this side, you'd have a form group that you've instantiated and that you pass into your form group directive. And then on the template-driven side, template-driven and reactive forms share a common foundation, which is the form controls and the form groups. So on the template-driven side, it's the directives like ngModel and ngForm that will instantiate these same underlying models. OK, so that's it. That's your quick refresher. So now let's jump into something a little bit more exciting, which is what's new in Angular 5. So the main thing that's new is something called the update on option. And that's basically designed to give you more fine-grained control over when your value and validation pipeline will run. So by default, every time the value changes, your values will update and your validation statuses will update all the way up the form tree. And that's normally totally fine, but in the case that maybe you have server-side validation or you have some sort of heavy processing that's triggered on value changes, that might be too often for you. So in that case, we have some new options that you can take advantage of. So I'm going to do a quick demo so you can kind of see what this looks like. So can you see that? Yeah. OK, so we're going to start with just a basic form control. Zoom. Is it too small? Of course, my Zoom is not working. All right. Let's see if we can make this bigger. Yeah, this is a new computer, so I don't have my font size set up. Sure. Is that good? Okay. Live config changing. Okay, so let's continue with what we were doing, which is we're just creating a basic form control so I can show you what these new options look like. So we're going to add a form control. We're going to start with a few validators. So we're going to start with validators.required. And then in here, let's maybe add a placeholder so you can see what this is. And then maybe we can display the form's value. And then let's look at the form's status. Okay, so let's start with that. Oh, we need to actually look at this right here. Is that big enough? Yeah, okay, so you see we have a regular form control here. This is nothing new, right? So it starts out with an empty value and a status that's invalid because obviously it's required and there's nothing in it. So every time you type a character, you can see that the value is updating and also the validation status is updating. So this is our default behavior. But let's say your error messages maybe only show on blur. So maybe it doesn't make sense for you to be running this stuff every key press if it's not meaningful, right? Because you're not actually showing the intermediate steps. So for this, you can add update on, blur, that's it. And now, when I type in it, nothing happens, the values aren't updated, the status isn't updated. But as soon as you blur the input, everything suddenly updates. So it kind of gives you more control over when that happens. So you're not always going to have forms that have just one text field, right? Most of your forms are going to have a lot of controls. So in that case, it doesn't really make sense to have to apply each update on option individually. So in that case, if we can make this quickly into a form group. All right, so let's convert this into the ubiquitous first name, last name form. So we can make this first. Oops. And this can be last. And up here, let's just make this a form group instead of a form control, essentially. Okay, and we're going to take the validators from here. So, yeah. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And now if you want to make this form, by default, update on blur, you can add the update on option as the second argument. So just do update on, blur, at the form group level. So once again, now we have two inputs. If you type Nancy, nothing happens until you blur. Similarly, if you type Drew, nothing happens until you blur. So it's the same thing, just on the form level. You can also update on submit. So if you are only showing your validation errors on submit, then maybe that's as often as you'd like to run this pipeline. So you can write update on submit, and then we need a submit button so that this is meaningful. All right, so we'll add some card actions here. I want to make it like nice-ish. Okay, so we're going to add a map button. We'll call it submit. Okay. All right, so once again, when you type, nothing happens. Also, when you blur, nothing happens because we're not updating until submit. And as soon as you hit submit, you can see everything automatically updates. So that's pretty cool. And that's it for the demo. So it's a really easy demo. Okay, so going back to our slides. Eventually, okay. Just a quick review of what we just saw. So for individual form controls and reactive forms, you're going to use the update on blur option as the second argument. And then for form groups, you can also use update on as the second argument, same syntax. What I haven't shown you yet is the tablet-driven version, which also is very similar. So for an individual ng model, you just add ng model options, so update on blur. And then on the form level, you have something called ng form options. And again, it's the same object. Okay, so that's what's new for Angular 5. So now we're going to move into advanced topics. So the first thing that I want to talk about is something called custom form control. And this is something that you may have heard of, but to explain what that is, a custom form control is essentially just a directive that knows how to integrate with the Angular Forms API. So if you're familiar with Angular Material, you've probably seen many of these custom form controls before. So here you can see the mat slider, the mat slide toggle, etc. Some of these are elements that don't exist in HTML, like the slider or the slide toggle. Others are form control elements that do exist in HTML, like selects or checkboxes, but they've been designed to Material Design Spec, and we've added some functionality and features to make it more robust. So those are some examples you may have seen for custom form controls. There's some other use cases, like for instance, you might want to wrap the control with related elements to make a custom form control, like let's say you have a text field, maybe you want to wrap it with its label or with its error messages that always should come with it. And another use case, which I don't see as often, is parser and formatter directives, which can also be implemented as custom form controls. So a custom form control can be used inside a form just like any native form control element. So you can see here on the top we have our text fields, and we have a select, because those are native. And then we have my control, and it's used exactly the same way, right? You add the name, you add the ng model. It's as if this is something that came shipped with HTML. And the nice thing about form controls like this is that they are form module agnostic. So you can slap it into a template-driven form, you can put it into a reactive form, and no matter which module you're using, you don't have to change anything about your implementation. So that's super useful. Okay, so to kind of explain how you might build one of these, we're going to build one together on stage through slides, so not a live demo. So we're going to build something called required text. So imagine for a second that you work at some company and you have a lot of forms, and your forms have a lot of text fields, and all of your text fields are exactly the same. You need them to all be filled out. Your app is very strict. So they all have required validation, and they all need an error message, the same error message. It might get laborious to keep packaging the same logic over and over and over. So instead, you decide, I'm going to build a custom form control, and that way I only have to write required text, and everything will come with it. So it might look like this. You have a text field. You can type in it, because it's a text field. And then it has some sort of built-in validation and error messaging. Perhaps you use it like this. It's the required text selector. OK, so we're going to implement 3 things for this custom form control. One, we're going to support everything a regular text field does. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very useful. 2, we're going to add built-in validation for required. And 3, we're going to have an error message that shows when the control is invalid for any reason. So first, we're going to start with supporting everything a regular text field does. So how do we approach this? Well, to build a custom form control, you need to implement something called control value accessor. Control value accessor is an interface that acts as a bridge between a form control element in the DOM and our virtual representation of that form control element, the form control model. These 2 things need to talk to each other in order to get the values synced up on both sides. So when you type into a text field, the value changes. It also needs to change on the model side. And if you set a value programmatically in the model, you need that to be reflected visually in the view, right? So every one of our native form control elements, like selects or text fields or radio buttons, they have control value accessor directives in Angular forms that are built in. So you don't actually see these, but that's how native form control elements integrate with the Forms API. So if you want to build a new form control, you just need to implement the same interface to tell the Forms API how to interact with your control. OK, so it's pretty simple. There's 3 mandatory methods that you have to implement and 1 optional method. So to explain what these are, so there's write value, which is exactly what it sounds like. You write the value to display in the view. There's register on change, which is a way that you can save a callback so that you can call it when value changes from the DOM side, so within your component. There's register on touched, which is a way that you can save a callback so the Forms API can properly toggle the touched property. So that's usually on blur. And then the optional one is set disabled state in case you want your form control to be able to be disabled and enabled programmatically. Okay, so let's pretend this is our component template, right? The component template is on the top, and we're going to write our component class code on the bottom here. So far we just have a text field, pretty straightforward. And we're going to implement each one of these methods in the interface. So we start with write value. So how would we write a value to a text field? Might want to get a hold of it using a view child. And then we can go ahead and set its value property. So that's pretty straightforward. Okay, so register on change. So the Forms API is passing us a function that it wants us to call, so a callback function, when the value changes from the DOM. So first we have to save the function so we can call it. And then it's our responsibility to know when to call it. So in this case, on the input event. So when the user types, the model will also be updated. Register untouched. Similarly, we're saving a callback that it's our responsibility to call. So we save it as untouched, and then on the blur event, we'll call this method, and the Forms API will set touched to true. And lastly, set disabled state, where we disable or enable the fields. Text fields have native behavior for this, so we can just bind to the disabled property on the text field. Lastly, once you've implemented this interface, you also need to provide this component as a value accessor. And the reason that you need to do this is so that form control directives like ngModel and form control name can actually see your value accessor. Because ngModel will inject the value accessor token, and if you haven't provided it, it's not going to see everything that you just did. Okay, so now we support everything a regular text field does. Now we're going to implement some required validation. So if we go back to our top-level form here, where we're using our required text fields, one thing you could obviously do is just add a required attribute to this, and that would totally work. That would add required validation. However, that doesn't make your required text field that useful, right? If you have to write required text and then also add the required validation. So instead, we want to build this into the component so it just comes with the component if you use it. So we're going to learn how to do that. So you might be tempted to do something like this, which is just add the required attribute on your internal text field, which is understandable. But this actually won't work the way you want it to. And here's why. So here's my very sophisticated diagram to explain this. So I guess we can all use our imaginations. This is a required text component. It's the blue box. And then underneath it in its view, we have a text field, right? So we have a really simple component that's easy to reason about. But let's say our custom form control was something completely different. Let's say it was maybe a toggle button, or I don't know, it could be anything. And underneath it, we don't have an internal text field. Maybe we have divs and spans. Maybe you click on something. We don't know what's underneath your component view, right? It could be anything. And so in the case of this toggle button, you're probably not going to have any form validation attributes because they don't work natively with things like this. And so the Forms API, all it really knows about is the interface that you implemented, right? That's your public contract with it. And this allows it not to make any assumptions about how you've privately implemented your custom form control. And so we have the same API for toggle buttons and for text fields like this. And so instead of something like required, we just require that you implement the validator interface. This is a really simple interface. It's just one method called validate. And it takes the control that's being placed on top of your custom form control, so like the ngModel or the form control name or whatever it is. And you want to return either a set of validation errors if it's invalid or null if it's valid. So in our case, it's really simple. We can use the built-in validator set required function, pass through the control, and that will take care of our validation. And now similarly, just like with value accessors, we need to make this validator visible to the Forms API. So we can provide or use a multi-provider to add it as an ng validator. And then ngModel and form control name and whatever, they can inject the validator and add it to their validation. Okay, so as a review, there's only two things you have to do: add a validate method and provide it. Okay. Last but not least, we want to show an error message when the control is invalid for any reason. Okay, so how do we know when this ng model is invalid? The user could have added any arbitrary validation on top of this control that we don't know about, right? So in that case, it's really best to get a hold of the model underneath, right? The thing that we check to see whether it's valid or invalid. So in that case, it's the form control. So for ng model, you can export the directive, the ng model directive, into a template variable, like dir, and then the form control instance is always available as the control property. So you always have access to this underlying form control. Similarly, with reactive forms, if you have a setup like this, you can always use the top level form and the get method to reach down the tree and get any form control instance that you need. So an obvious answer might be to create an input for your form control and pass through the form control instance directly. And that works, that's totally fine, but this again kind of removes the usefulness of this component that we're building. We want to make it really easy to use, and if you have to pass through the control every time, it starts to be a little annoying. So instead, what we want is a way to access the form control internally without requiring the user to pass it in. Okay, I had one more thing to say. So, so in this case, you can use dependency injection. Okay, well, you might be tempted to do this. So if you know that you're using reactive forms, you might inject the form control name directive. Don't do this. Similarly, if you're using template-driven forms, you might be tempted to inject the ng model. Also don't do that. And the reason why not is because as soon as you inject one directive or another, you're tying yourself to that forms module. That makes your component inherently much less reusable and much less portable. In addition, there's a lot of, or not a lot, but there are a few different directives. So especially with reactive forms, you'd have to support both form control name and form control directive. And if the Forms API were to expand at any point, and if we were to add new directives, at some point, your component wouldn't be as useful. So instead, you can inject something called ng control. What is ng control? ng control is the superclass for all of these bottom-level individual form control directives. So that's ng model, form control directive, which is the form control that's bound, and form control name, which is the form control that you'd use with form groups. So what's interesting about ng control is that each of these form control directives will provide itself as an ng control. And this is a pretty neat trick because it means that you can inject ng control and you'll just get the closest form control directive. And you don't actually have to know what that form control directive is in your code, which means you can support everything, which is pretty nice. So it would look something like this. So you can inject ng control, and you want to make sure to decorate it with self, or you might run into some interesting situations where if someone wraps your form control with their own form control, you might actually reach up and get a form control instance that's not actually the correct one. So you want to make sure you limit this to just the element you're currently on. Okay, so one thing that you might have noticed is that ng control, as I mentioned earlier, is injecting value accessors, and it's also injecting validators. So how is it possible for us to inject ng control when ng control is also injecting us, right? That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, you can't do that. It creates a circular dependency. So for now, we're just going to remove these providers that we added, since we've kind of moved past that. And we can actually set this up a different way. So we've inverted it, so now we're injecting ng control. So it's our job to make sure that the ng control is still set up correctly with the right value accessor and the right validators. So we can do this by just directly setting value accessor on the control directive. So control.valueAccessor equals this. And then on the validator side, on your ng on init, you can go ahead and set the validators programmatically. And you want to make sure that you call update value and validity, because in order to make this kind of flexible, setting validators is separate from updating. So you can kind of do some cool stuff where you set things but don't necessarily update until later. Also looking at this, you might notice that we are overwriting any validators that might already exist on this control. So if the user was to add something on top, like min length or something, it would be gone. So we can make this a little bit more sophisticated, and we can check if control.validator already exists. So if there's no validators, it'll just be null. And if it does, we can compose that validator with the validator that we want, validators that required. And if there isn't, we can just use validators that required. And then we go ahead and set validators the normal way. Okay, so now we have access to the control. Hooray! So we can go ahead and add our error message here, which is this field is invalid, which is super helpful and useful. So we can just check ng if the control is valid or is not valid. And you'll notice here that I'm not doing control.invalid, and there's a really specific reason that I'm not doing that. And that's because, let's say you add an async validator on top of this. Async validators have a pending status while they're processing, right? So while they're making that async request. And so while the control is pending, it's not valid, but it's also not invalid because we don't know, right? It's in that in-between state. So in this case, you want to make sure you say not valid specifically. Okay. So error message that shows control is invalid is done. Okay, so now let's move on to our next section, which is nested forms. So what do I mean by nested form? Okay, so maybe you have a very large form, and inside each form is a bunch of kind of related steps. So the ubiquitous example for this is an address, right? These are all very related steps. I apologize for the US-centric address, but this is the only one I could find. So an address, yeah, so it has many fields, your name, your street, your city, et cetera, et cetera. And you might not want to write this same group of fields over and over and over. So, but instead of a custom form control, which is one field, as we've seen so far, we want many controls. So there's a few ways to do this. The first way is to build something called a composite control value accessor, which we'll talk about. And the second way is to build a so-called, I guess what I'm calling a subform component. And you'll see what that is in a second. So we'll start with composite control value accessors. Okay, so this is an example of how you might use an address component that's built as a composite control value accessor. So you might notice that it looks a lot like how you'd use a custom form control, right? You just have an address component, and then you just put an ng model on top of it, and that's fine. And that's because you're implementing the same interface. It's essentially the same thing, the Forms API. All it knows is that there's a control called address, and it receives an object and writes an object. So that's all it needs to know. So internally, though, rather than having one text field or divs or whatever, we have many text fields. And again, this is something that's a big benefit of using control value accessor is you can have anything internally, and it really doesn't care. It just uses the public contract, and it's fine. Okay, so if we were to start to build this address component, we have our kind of skeleton here for what the template's going to look like. So we have our two text fields. I've greatly simplified this in terms for screen real estate here. So imagine your address is just a street in the city. And we might decide internally to use a form group and some form control names to manage our state internally. So once again, we're going to implement the same interface that we've seen before. So we'll implement write value. In this case, since we're using a form group, we can just call this.form.setValue and pass the value directly in, and that should work. One quick note here, you might be tempted to use patch value here, and you absolutely can, but you want to be careful with patch value because it can introduce junk values into your component, because we're just setting it directly here. So if you decide to do that, make sure that you handle those cases. Okay, so the next one is register on change. And we have something called value changes on form groups. And a form group's value changes observable will emit anytime any of the children form controls value changes. So this is kind of perfect for what we're doing here. And in real life, you probably subscribe and save the subscription. Okay, going back to this write value method quickly, you might be thinking, hey, so we're listening to this value changes event, but we're also setting the value. How is that going to work? And it's not going to work great, because every time we set the value, when we do a model to view change, we're going to trigger a value change event, and then the view to model logic will fire. And we don't want that, right? It's wasteful, and also it'll mess up the dirtiness logic in the Forms API. So instead, what we can do when we set the value programmatically is we can set emit event to false. And this will make sure that we only emit an event in cases where it matters to us. Okay, so there's set disabled state once again, and the form group also has a way to deal with this, so we can just call it disable or enable. And then lastly, we have untouched. So for this, we can implement this any way we want, I guess. But in this case, I want the form group to be touched anytime any of the child controls in the address is touched. So in this case, I'll just listen to the blur event and call untouched in those cases. OK, so that's it. We've built our address component, so to speak. And we can use it now in both template-driven forms and reactive forms. Just like a regular atomic control value accessor, we can kind of put it anywhere and it should just work. It's very reusable. So that's one of the benefits of implementing it this way, is that it's reusable and portable. The con is you do have some boilerplate, right? You have to implement this interface. And for some people, that's not great for their use case. Maybe you don't want to optimize for reusability. Maybe you have a really simple project and you're using one forms module and one forms module only, and you just want to split up that really long form and you just don't care. And that's fine. In that case, you can maybe trade ergonomics for reusability. The trade-off, though, is that you'd have to build this differently for template-driven forms versus reactive forms. And I will tell you why. So let's imagine this is your top-level form, once again, and we just have these regular component tags. So we have some general subform and some address subform. And then let's say underneath the hood in our address component, once again, that we're starting from scratch, in our component template, we just put an ng model group with some ng models inside it. And so you might expect the ng model group to work with the ng form on the top level up here. However, that won't work. So you may or may not have seen this error before, but you're going to get a no provider for control container error. And so this is actually a really quick fix. It's a one-liner, but I kind of want to explain what's happening here. So what is a control container? Should probably improve that error. So a control container is the superclass for a bunch of the form control directives. So it's a superclass for our top levels, like ng form and form group directive, and it's also the superclass for our grouping directives, like ng model group, form group name, and form array name. So the reason the ng model group is looking for a control container is it's looking for any of these directives. So ng model group, its job as a directive is to kind of look up the tree and find its parent form. Its parent could be another group, because these can be nested arbitrarily as deeply as you like, or it could be the parent form. But ultimately, it has to resolve to a parent form, because the parent form is, especially in ng forms case, the thing that actually does a lot of the heavy lifting. So in this case, our top level is ng model group. It can't find the ng form that it needs, so it's going to throw an error. So you might say, there is an ng form, look at it, it's right there. But that's not quite going to work. So if we imagine that ng model group is injecting this control container, it's going to start by looking at its parent here, looking at its parent, which is the required text component. It's not going to find it. And then normally you'd think, oh, well, it's just going to look up at the form tag that's directly above that. But it's not quite that simple, because ng model group, if this is kind of a simplified example of what the constructor looks like in the ng model group source code, it has a host decorator. What does that mean? So a host decorator is going to make sure that the ng model group doesn't look above its view for its control container dependency. Why would we do this? One reason is that eager registration across component boundaries like this can be pretty risky. What that means is that third-party components would have perhaps unexpected side effects on your app, because it could kind of reach all the way up and register itself with anything, which is not great. Also, control value accessor depends on this level of encapsulation where things are completely separate. For instance, if you were building something like a slide toggle and internally it was a checkbox, you wouldn't want that checkbox's ng model to register itself with your form. You want it to be a slide toggle, right? So it kind of depends on having these barriers. What you can do to kind of get around this and say, hey, no, I mean it, I actually want to register this ng model group with an ng form, is you can use view providers. So you can provide the control container that it's missing, and you can use the existing ng form that's already going to be in that dependency injection chain. So why view providers instead of providers? Most people use providers, right? If you were to provide control container in providers, you would be providing it at this level, and the host decorator creates this lovely dotted line, which means that the ng model group can't reach up and see it. So you're still going to get the same control container error. View providers are provided on a different level. So if you provide it at this level, your ng model group can happily find the ng form that it's looking for. So once again, you provide control container this way, and you're done. Okay, so pros and cons. So as a pro, it's quicker to set up, despite the long explanation. And the con is that you limit yourself to one forms module. If internally you're using an ng model group, it has to be used with an ng form when it's being consumed, otherwise it will never be found, right? Okay. So let's move on into the reactive form version of this. So again, we have our top-level form. Instead of our ng form and our ng models, we're using a form group directive here. And again, we have our address component. And then for all reactive forms, of course, we have to instantiate the form group in the component class. Okay, so once again, we're starting from scratch. So let's assume this is our address component template. And at a top level, it has a form group name. And we want it to register with the form group directive that's on top of it. So once again, we can use view providers with the same trick. So we can provide form group directive instead of ng form. But we have one more problem. And that's because reactive forms registers, or its directives, their job is to take an existing form group, existing form controls that you've created, and match it to the DOM, right? And in this case, we don't have those form controls. They're not being defined here. So in our address component, we can inject the form group directive, and we can add the control when the address component is used. This way, obviously, the top-level form doesn't have to add the address component and also add the controls, which would be confusing. Okay, so that's it for nested forms. And our last topic of the day is form projection. So what is that? Okay, so we're going to explain this with two examples, or two use cases. The first is an error aggregator. So what's that? So if you do a lot of online shopping, like some of us do, you might be familiar with a shipping address form that gets very angry if you're missing fields. So if you can see at the top here, all of the errors are aggregated at the very top. So obviously you can do your error message however you like, but this might be a common pattern that you're using throughout your app. And so you want to build some sort of form that wraps this error aggregation logic, so you don't have to do it over and over and over again. So maybe your plan is to do something like this. Internally, you have a form tag. Again, this is your component template in your component class. Internally, you have a form group, and you want to project the form contents, arbitrary form contents from any form, into this form tag inside the component. So perhaps you would use it like this. You'd have a wrapped form component, and as its content children, you would have the nested form group name. So if we were to continue with this, you'd have some sort of error logic here. I'm not going to go into it because that's not really the point of this, but the problem is this isn't actually going to work. Why is it not going to work? So if we go back to our sophisticated diagram, we have our wrapped form component here, and underneath it we have our wrapped form view, which is our form group. But it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. We also have content children. So we have both our view children, like form group, and our content children, like the form group name we're trying to project into it. And if the form group name is looking for its control container, which it always will be, it can only look up, right? So it can look for it in the wrapped form. It can't look for it inside the wrapped form's view. So it's not going to find it. So how do we solve this problem? The first strategy is don't do this. Don't project forms. But don't worry, I'll give you an alternative. A better way often is to relay the control instead. Why? If you're projecting forms, similar with nested forms, you're tying yourself to one forms module. If your component internally has a form group or it has an ng form, then the only thing you can project into it is the corresponding directives, right? And so again, you're limiting your reusability, your portability, etc. Also, typically there's a better design. There's probably a way for you to break this up into pieces that are a little bit more understandable than something like this complicated provider tree. Also, doing so can be tricky to get right, and I will show you that in a second, so you will believe me. Okay, better design. What's another way you could build this error aggregator instead of putting a form tag and your error tag inside the component? Well, you could create an error aggregated component that only has the error aggregation logic, and then your user can wrap that error aggregator with any form tag or forms module that they choose. So in this case, it's really obvious what's happening, and you're just relaying the form group into the error aggregator. And another huge benefit of designing it this way, like I said, is you can use it with both tablet-driven and reactive forms, and it's just going to work because you're just passing through the form group, which is common to both modules. Okay, so in this case, we have an input that takes the form, and most of the other logic isn't changed. Okay, so let's think of another use case. What if I had a form wizard? So you may have seen this in like, Google Forms or just other forms around the internet, where you have a bunch of subforms, and you can't move on until you hit next, and you can't hit next until your form is valid, right? So it kind of takes you through the form process, but each step must be valid before you can progress. So if you were to build a stepper component where arbitrary forms could be nested inside it, your forms or your form stepper would actually need to know about the validity state of each subform, right? So it's easier to see if you look at it. So let's imagine again we have our internal form tag. And then in our application level code, we might use it like this. You have a form stepper, and then we're trying to content project all of our arbitrary steps, which could be any form at all. And then each step contains part of the form, right? So that might be your initial design. Strategy 1, don't project forms. That's one strategy. Relay the control instead. So this is actually what we do with the Angular Material Stepper. So there's a real use case out there. So in this case, you could do something like each step could be its own form. That's something you could do. If that's the case, then you can go ahead and pass that control directly into the step. And that way you can figure out whether the control is valid before you press the next button. And again, this works with reactive and with template-driven. Another strategy might be to, instead of have each step be its own form, you could wrap all of your steps in one form and then use the magic of form arrays to make everything work. So obviously this is a reactive-only strategy, but you could pass in the steps array here, and then each of your steps, the form group name could match the step index, and that would be the way that you could get it from the array as you kind of go through your steps. Okay, which brings us to strategy 2. If you really, really, really need to project your form, you have a really specific use case, you can do it. Huge disclaimer though, it's tricky to get right and leads to bugs, so please be careful with this pattern. Okay, so again, we're back with our initial design. How do we make this work? So again, we have a diagram. So let's assume we have our form stepper component at the top, and we have our form stepper view, which is our form tag internally, and then we have our form stepper content, which is our ng model group. So how do we provide to this ng model group and the content children the form that's in the form stepper's view children. How do we do that? Well, somehow we have to get that information to the parent, to the form stepper, because that's the only thing that the content children can really see. So we can do that with a view child query. We can reach into the form stepper and grab the ng form. It's underneath here. And then we can provide the control container using a factory. So we can get a hold of the form stepper, and then we can look at its form property to get to that view child query that we just created. Oh, that's blurry. OK. So this is from Angular.io. It's our lifecycle hooks, right? So you might be thinking, how is this going to work? Content children are always processed before view children. And you would be right. Look at this handy diagram. Content init happens before view init. So won't the control container always be undefined? And you'd be right. Initially, it will be undefined because of the order of things that happen. So to make this work, we have to wrap our step in an ng template so that we can kind of choose when this is instantiated and when this is processed. So internally, instead of using an ng content, which you might be used to, we can use an ng template outlet. And then we can use a content child query to grab that ng template that we projected. So you can see why that's a little bit complicated, right? But it is possible, and you'll see this example and all the examples for the code today that we went through online. I'll be tweeting it later, so keep an eye out. So in conclusion, I have one, OK. So to kind of review, because I know that was a long talk, we have new validation timing options, which you've probably forgotten about by now. So those are really exciting. Custom form controls are really useful and powerful, and you can use them for a lot of things, and they are not scary. Nested forms are very possible, and what strategy you use kind of depends on your use case and the trade-offs. And don't use form projection if you can help it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Okay, it is time to play musical chairs and switch rooms or stay here. If you're staying here, don't go anywhere if you want to hear from Victor Savkin on state management patterns and best practices with NGRX, followed by Mobex, Performance and Sanity with Adam Klein. In Saturn, you'll find Beyond Angular CLI, DevKit and Schematics with Mike Brocky, Philip Silva, and Hans Larsen. And head over to Pluto if you're interested in the panel on advanced Angular topics. Please remember to post your questions for the panel this afternoon. We'll see you soon. Hello, welcome back. Grab a seat. We're going to get started. Yes. Hi, Pete. I haven't seen Pete yet today. It's very exciting. Folks, our next speaker, Victor Savkin, is a co-founder of Narwhal.io, providing Angular consulting to enterprise teams. I also know him well because he was previously on the Angular core team at Google, where he worked on dependency injection, change detection, forms, and router modules. Victor, welcome.
Thank you. Hey. Hey, I'm Victor, and today I want to give you an advanced talk showing different patterns and techniques that work well if you use NGRX. So I was at Google before on the Angular team, and I used to blog at vsavkin.com, and these days I blog at blog.narwhal.io, so check it out. How we work, what we do, go to our site. You can go to our blog and our Twitter to get high-quality Angular content. You can also check out our books, and if you grab me after the talk, I will give you all of them for free. All right, so today I will start with a short overview of NGRX and why you should use it and what challenges you're going to face while trying to do it. The target audience for this talk is someone who is somewhat familiar with some of the ideas behind NGRX or Redux, so it won't be an in-depth explanation. I'm just going to touch on it so you know how I define things, so you have a baseline, right? Then I will switch and I'll talk about actions, the core primitive of NGRX. In particular, I'll talk about the 3 categories of actions we often see in Angular apps. And then I'll cover the store, the most interesting part of NGRX, how we decide what processes particular action, how to transform actions, how to compose, all those things using these building blocks to express very complex scenarios. Most of it is based on this wonderful book that, with this scary title, Enterprise Integration Patterns. The title is scary, the book is very heavy, it's like 1,000 pages, but it's a very good book. It's the best book on messaging I know of, and at least half of it works really well in the front-end space and applies really well to NGRX or say like a Redux system, right? So I highly recommend to check this book out. It's well written. It's much better than any of my books, right? By far. So why NGRX and what is NGRX? So programming with NGRX is essentially programming with messages. The key idea that instead of updating the state in place, right, your components send messages or actions to express their intent, right? And the life cycle of an action looks like this. So we start by creating an action, then we dispatch it or push it into the store, and then the action is being processed in 2 ways. The first way is it can be processed by a reducer, which is a simple, pure function that takes some sort of state or substate of your application. It takes an action, and it applies the action to the state to create new state, right? Here, for example, we see a simple reducer that takes a list of to-dos and an action. If that action happens to be a to-do, it will create a new list with that to-do added. If it's something else, anything else, yes, it will return the existing list. An action can also be processed by an effects class. And the effects class takes the actions object, which is an observable of everything, of all the actions flowing through your app. You can tap into it, right, and do some sort of side effects. That's why it's called an effects class, because it does execute side effects. In reality, a lot of interactions in our apps are modeled by both a reducer and an effects class. Here, for example, I have an effects class that takes an add-to-do action, does some posting to the server, right? And then it dispatches a different action that our reducer picks up and updates the local state. So we use both an effects class and a reducer to model a simple interaction. Finally, after the reducer creates this new state, we often want to listen to the changes in the state in our component. So we can do it by subscribing to the store, right? We can select some stuff from the store, maybe display it in our component. Here, for example, we're selecting the list of to-dos. So anytime a new to-do appears, it's added to the list or removed, or a to-do has been changed or replaced, right? That observable is going to emit a new value, and our template will display that new value, right? Essentially, it looks like this graphically. The component dispatches an action, then it goes to the store, where it's been processed by an effects class or by effects classes. And usually it involves deciding how to process it and transforming it. And then we execute some side effects. Then it goes to a reducer, where we create new state based on all those operations. And then the component will receive that new state and will display it, the change to the user, right? Now let's look at every part of this picture. The picture is very simple, in detail. So So first, let's talk about actions. So an action is what we dispatch. So basically, it's sort of our intent. Yes, it's a message. They should have called it a message, but whatever. So let's call it an action, right? Essentially, in NGRX, the action has two parts. It has a type, which is a string, and it has a payload, which is the extra stuff we need to process, that action. As with most messaging systems, actions are reified. Yes? So in other words, we actually have concrete objects representing actions. We can store them, we can pass them around, and most of the good stuff that we get from NGRX are the result of this property, that they are reified and can be stored and passed around. So NGRX is a very, very simple library and somewhat low level, so it doesn't actually care how you define your actions and what goes into them and stuff like that. It doesn't care how you name your types. It doesn't care how you define your payloads, what goes there, right? It doesn't care how you construct them. So I tend to do it in place like this, because I think it just looks nicer. But a lot of people prefer to do it in this way. They have action constructors they can pass stuff into, and it helps you to get maybe some more type completion and ensure more invariance. If you have a complex invariant, you want to make sure it holds, every time you construct an action. It's a good place to do it. Anyway, so NGRX doesn't care about your actions in terms of how exactly they are constructed. It also doesn't impose any categorization on them. So from the NGRX perspective, it's all the same. All your actions are sort of alike. But once you start using this library, once you start building your apps using NGRX, you'll quickly find out that not all of them are alike. There are certain categories that are very distinct. Okay, let's look at those. So the three categories of actions are commands, documents, and events. Right? And the same categorization applies across most messaging systems. Surprisingly common, which tells me that it's a more fundamental thing. It's not a front-end thing. It's not just a NGRX thing. It's a fundamental thing about messaging that have commands, documents, and events. Dispatching a command is basically a glorified way of invoking a method. Right? Our intent is to tell some other part of the system which we know of to do something. Right? And there is a single place that is going to handle this command, because essentially it's like invoking a method, right? And we often expect a reply. So when we say, can we do this, we sometimes want to get the value back and say, was it successful? Did we get an error? Stuff like that. So I prefer to name my commands in this way and start with a verb. So it's clear that I'm doing something, right? Dispatching a document is different. So our intent here is to tell our application that an entity that application may know of has been updated, right? We don't get a reply. We just saying that's a new version of this entity. And we can easily have more than one place that handles, more than one handler, for that action. It's a lot less procedural, right? And I personally tend to name them as just using simple nouns. Finally, dispatching an event is similar to dispatching a document. It's just a little bit more flexible in a way that it's not just entity that can be updated. And I tend to name my events just using a simple phrase, something happened. As I said before, we often have more than one action to actually implement a user interaction, right? And it's often a command and an event, or a command and a document, right? Here, for example, we have the add to do command, which we handle by actually talking to the server, and then we have a to do edit event that we handle locally to just update our local state, the state in our application, right? So with this one interaction requires both a command and an event. So what we've learned about action that commands may provide a reply and always have a single handler. Events and documents do not expect a reply. We don't expect a reply when we dispatch those, and we can easily have more than one handler. Yes? And I tend to use a naming convention that tells me and my peers what the hell is going on, what I'm dispatching. Yes? By looking at the name, you can tell what it is. Right? In addition to the naming convention, which I think is very useful, you can also have other conventions. For example, you can decide that every document you dispatch is going to have an ID of the document in the payload, which is reasonable. It's an entity. We should identify it in some way. Right? Or we can decide that every single event we dispatch is going to have a timestamp associated maybe with the creation of that event. Right? Basically, we can impose a certain schema on an action category. And that schema can be application-specific. Right? It should be application-specific, actually. So the last thing I want to touch regarding action, that request-reply idea. Because I said that commands often expect a reply. A lot of people struggle when they start with NGRX. They don't know how to get a reply. So for example, like if you look at this dispatch, the dispatch method doesn't return anything. It's a void method, so we don't know how to get a reply. right? And in this example, you see a simple component that basically wants to confirm or ask the user to confirm that the user wants to delete a particular entity, yes, to do. And in some scenarios, in simple scenarios, we could have done it sort of ad hoc. We could have shown a dialog right here, right? Ask the user would say yes, and we would proceed and dispatch some action. But this doesn't work in a general case. So why doesn't it work? Because this operation, for example, confirmation, can result in a URL change, or can result in a lot of other non-local side effects. And if we want our application to be consistent in terms of how we handle non-local side effects, we want to dispatch an action, right? So we're doing this fashion. The question here is, after we dispatch it, we want to get the Boolean, right? So we basically want a Boolean back to know if we want to delete this thing or not, right? So how do we get that Boolean, right? If you imagine the situation, you can sort of imagine there is some effects class somewhere. It's going to listen for that event. It's going to change the URL, pop up a dialog. The user is going to press yes or no. And then the Boolean is going to be stored in the application state, yes, in our state. So now we just need to get it from the state. And the easiest way is to use the entity ID, like the to-do ID, to just say, give me the first result of this type for this entity ID, right? This observable that we see that select is going to complete after we get the first result, right? So the IDs used in this fashion when we query for them as a correlation IDs, because we use them to correlate our request, with our reply, with our response, right? Usually an entity ID, like a to-do ID, is a good correlation ID. It works really well, but not always. Sometimes we want to apply multiple operations of the same type against the same entity, and we want to get responses for those operations separately, right? So we can create a synthetic correlation ID like this. So it works really well. So correlation IDs are really useful for supporting this request-reply scenario, but they're also useful for a lot of other scenarios. Anytime you do anything really complex when it comes to coordination, you probably would want a correlation ID. For example, you might have an operation that you start that can spawn a bunch of actions, that can run for whatever, seconds, minutes, who knows, right? And you want to wait for all of them to complete before you maybe show something to the user, right? Correlation ID is a good way to achieve that. All right, so we've learned about actions. Basically, it's a message. We've learned about the 3 categories of actions. Now let's talk about the store, which is a place where we process actions, right? I think it's the most interesting part of NGRX. So that's the store. Usually, when talking about the store or NGRX or Redux or whatnot, developers tend to focus on reducers. Yes? I don't, because reducers are very simple, synchronous functions. Take an object, take a different object, return a new object. There is not much to it. And they are so simple and so easy to reason about and understand because the most interesting part of your application is somewhere else. Like, what is hard about your application is not computing values. Yes, we figured it out. That's easy, right? The hardest part of your application is manage synchronicity, manage side effects, coordinate all the side effects, talking to the server. All of those things are really hard, right? Reducers don't do that. In case of NGRX effects classes do that. So NGRX effects classes are the most interesting part of NGRX, and because they basically tackle the hardest problem in your application. All right? And that's where a lot of my experience of building message-based systems on the backend actually came handy, because effects classes are essentially a message-based system, right? So we can apply the same sort of patterns we've learned from the backend to dealing with those here, right? All right, so a lot of what effects classes can do can be categorized in 3 ways. They can decide what should process what action. Because the component doesn't know. The component just says, I want this to happen. Then the effects class can decide what should do it, like what part of the application. Then they can transform actions into other actions. It seems, like unnecessary, but it's surprisingly useful in large applications. And finally, they can perform side effects. The most useful part. Yes, your application exists because of side effects, right? Side effects is where the money is, So it's useful to keep this distinction in mind, these 3 roles that an effects class can play, right? And it's even more useful sometimes to express this distinction in the code. Let's examine them in detail. First, let's talk about deciders, right? What should process what actions. The most basic decider is the one that we all know if we use NGRX, is the filtering decider. Basically, it's so common, NGRX actually comes with a special operator that does filtering by type. Basically, we want to say, We want to look at all your actions, find all the actions of a particular type, and do something in response, right? It's basically the same stuff, right? The next common decider is a content-based decider. And essentially what's happening here is that, I mean, this example is contrived, so sort of imagine a more realistic example, right? What's happening here is that we're looking at the payload of your action, and based on the payload, we decide what should be dispatched instead, right? It works really well when you have sort of the same, almost the same set of data you want to dispatch, but then depending on some flag, yes, you want to process it in a very different way, right? It allows you, it basically creates a level of interaction between your component and the actual logic, so your component can be unaware of what workflow you want to pick. You can change that logic, you can make the decision making isolate in one place, and you can change it without affecting your components and without affecting the logic or the pieces that actually do the real work. Right? The next one is similar to the previous one, but instead of looking at the payload, at the content of your action, we're looking at the context of your application. For example, something has been injected into this guy, right? We have some environment, we read something from the environment, and we decide if it should be one thing or the other one, right? And once again, the usefulness of this is that the component doesn't have to know. The component just says, I want to do this. And then you can check what the user, for example, what the permissions of the user are. You can say, are you allowed to do this? Do you need to go through some extra step or whatever, right? You can decide on it here without affecting the component. The component doesn't have to know, right? And this example is very simple because the check I'm doing, or like rather the data I'm getting, right, I already have sort of statically, synchronously in that place. But you can imagine in some very convoluted scenarios, which, you know, are not that rare, surprisingly, you can actually go to the server, get some data from there, get the data back, and then decide when to dispatch. And this operation will be completely transparent for the component. The component doesn't know. And the logic that actually does the real work won't know as well. Right? It's encapsulated in one place. All right. The next one is a splitter. Essentially, we take an action, and we decide to create multiple actions out of it. So we're splitting an action, right? It's useful for the same reasons it's useful to split one method into multiple methods, right? We can look at every action independently, we can test independently, we can exercise independently, things like that. Here, for example, we can look at login and deal with login independently, or we can look at adding a to-do, deal with it independently. Those two concerns are separated. The opposite of a splitter is an aggregator, and it's a little bit more complex. Essentially, it does the opposite. It takes an array of actions and maps them into a single action, right? So here we are grouping to-do, added, and logged into one action. It's a little bit more involved, so let me walk you through it. So you sort of know if you want to build something custom, it's actually very possible with RxJS, right? So we start with filtering. We want to get all that to-dos. Then we're going to flat map it and find two actions. We basically create two observables of length 1, right? Of to-do, edit, and logged. And we use a correlation IDO to get the right one, right? Then we zip them up. And so we get the pair of those values, which you can use to dispatch a new action. It's a lot of boilerplate, you know, but if you do it more than once, it's not hard to extract it into something like this, you know. Fundamentally, it is boilerplate because RxJS just doesn't come with one. Yes, it doesn't come with an operator that does exactly that, right? If you use it twice or 3 times or whatever, you can easily create a helper, and it will look very, very nice. All right, so let's recap. So there are 5 common deciders you can sort of see in typical applications. The filtering one takes an observable things, makes a more sort of smaller observable or whatever. Yes, the content-based decider looks at the payload and decides how to process an action, so maps it to something else. The context-based decider takes an action, looks at the environment, you know, and decides what the action should be mapped to based on the environment. The splitter takes an action, creates an array. The aggregator takes an array, you know, returns a single action. Another guy, another type of activity, another responsibility effects classes often have is transforming actions as actions. The purpose of a transformer is to take it and just create a different action with some extra data, maybe. The most common one is content enricher. We take an action, we get some extra data, we put it in the payload, we dispatch any action, right? Once again, the benefit of doing it in this way is that the component doesn't have to be aware of that extra data, right? The component has, actually, there's a good property. Components are already super complex, you know? It should know as little as possible. By doing something like this, you can achieve that, right? And once again, here, the data is already available. I just happen to have the current user. But you might imagine some convoluted app that most enterprise apps are. You're going to go to the backend, fetch something from the backend, get it back, dispatch a new action, and again, do it completely transparently to the component or to the site that does actual work. Next one is normalizing canonical actions. It's a similar idea where you can dispatch an action from different places of your app. Maybe you have an AngularJS part of your app, if you're upgrading the Angular part of your app, and they just happen to have slightly different sets of data. Not uncommon. A giant app, you maybe have different teams building those, right? So you dispatch different actions that are kind of similar, and this place is going to look at those and map them to a single type of action. So starting from this place, everything looks the same. All right. These are the common building blocks we use when we implement our logic in store, in NGRX store. We have 5 common deciders, 2 transformers. We often execute some side effects, right? And then we reduce actions to create new state snapshots our components can consume. So the best part of this whole thing is that it all composes really well, right? For example, this is a very complex scenario. You probably will have very few of those, but it can happen, yes? And what we're doing here, we are looking at all observable actions. We're using the filtering decider to filter it down. We are splitting it, right? We're using splitter. The top one, we use the content-based decider to map it to something else, and we execute side effects. The bottom one is simply just execute side effects. We aggregate the results and dispatch a new action. The reducer will pick it up and create new state, right? In reality, you probably would do something like that, right? That thing is not that common. But the important bit here is that, when you look at this picture, is that you don't create 7 or whatever classes to express this interaction. Yes? The bad idea, you want things to be together for as long as possible, right? Things being together often is a good thing. Yes? Locality is a good property. So I'm not advocating you to have 7 classes. It's a stupid idea. What I'm advocating is to just name things. Yes? Use real names when you look at things, so you can talk to your peers, effectively. Oh. Okay, here we go. For example, this is basically a scenario of the same complexity. It's done in one place, Yeah, it's a large class. It looks kind of funky, a little bit scary, but it's okay, right? We are not too scared. With the filtering, enriching, deciding, splitting, and stuff like that, right? We can easily annotate it maybe with a comment, or just when you look at it, you can just see what it is, And once you recognize and you have the word for it, once you can label it, you're actually a lot more efficient at reasoning about those kind of things. Once you look at it, you'll quickly see, for example, that the first effect doesn't do any side effects, right? And it just does data transformation. Whereas the other 2 effects only execute side effects. So this thing alone has huge implications on how you deal with those. The first one you can probably test with RxJS marbles, It's one way of testing, one way of dealing with it. The other 2, you don't need to use marbles. You can just use Jasmine Spice. So huge implications. If at any point, by the way, one of those steps gets very complicated, you can easily pull it out, move to a different effects class, process it separately. Maybe another team is going to be responsible for that, and nothing will be affected. The component dispatching stuff won't be affected. The stuff that does real work or whatever elsewhere won't be affected. Right? Okay, so let's recap. So we've learned a few things so far. Yes, we've learned that NGRX basically is a message-based system. Components dispatch actions, messages, store takes those messages and processes those in interesting ways. Right? Creates state snapshots. At the end, the components will receive. Right? We've learned that there are 3 categories of actions. Even though NGRX doesn't care, doesn't impose any categorization, in the real world, this particular categorization works really well. We've also learned that commands may provide the reply and often have a single handler, or always have a single handler. And events and documents do not provide the reply. We don't expect a reply from them, and they can easily have more than one handler. Right? We've learned about the building blocks of deciders, transformers. Oh my God, what happened? Okay, cool. There we go. Deciders, transformers, reducing side effects. So those are the building blocks, and we've learned we can compose them really well. It's a good property. And once again, the point is not to have 15 different classes to execute a to-do action, but have meaningful conversations with each other, have a language we can use to talk about our application with precision. Right? We also highly recommend you to check out this book. It's a great book, one of the better books you read about software. Finally, this is like a bonus material because I always want to insert into some talk and I never had the reason to. Here we go. I have 5 extra minutes. So we've talked about business, like all the building blocks. So I want to share in general some observations on NGRX, which I think some people miss. So I think it's useful. Hopefully, it will convince you that this library is worth exploring. Right? The first one is that if you use NGRX properly, first observation, yes, is that components are no longer responsible for state management or side effects. Right? They only render UI, yes, and listen to changes. The UI is very hard. Very hard, yes. Half of my misery is because of how hard the UI is, yes. So moving everything else from the components except the UI actually makes my life easier. Yes. It's finally possible to test them in some meaningful way. It's actually a lot more performant when it comes to change detection, right? Also notice that reads and writes are separated. If you look at components, they dispatch and select to separate operations. This is a very good property. By having this property, you're essentially saying that you can change how data comes about without affecting the component. Yeah, let's see, I'm reading that list of to-dos, and I can actually add to-do from the same place. Because the read is separate, I can open a WebSocket, get some list of to-dos from elsewhere. The component doesn't care. It doesn't care where the to-dos are coming from. What operation creates the to-dos, what affected stupid list, it doesn't matter, right? It's a very good property. Second observation is that reducers are only responsible for state management, and this is the only place that is responsible for state management, right? And reducers are synchronous pure functions. Value in, value out. The easiest thing you can imagine in computing, okay? And note that the state is immutable, right? The state that the store creates is immutable. You can actually ensure that's the case in the dev mode. Why is it important? As many people miss it, because store is a global object. So people get freaked out. It's global object, global state is bad. Global mutable state is bad. Yes? Global mutable state is fine. Yes? There is no problem with global mutable state because you cannot screw it up, right? The global mutable objects are all to insanity. Global immutable objects are fine, right? And one extra thing, because you have this global object and it's immutable, you can actually model your store like a database. Again, many people miss it, but store is essentially a database you run in the browser, right? For example, if you model the store of your application, you can model it in a relational way. So you can have tables, foreign keys, joins, normalization, all the things you know from your backend experience. Why is it important? Because it works really well. Yeah? We spent 30 years figuring it out. It works really well. Just use that. Yes? Suddenly, most of the problems you have day-to-day just go away because there is a solution for every single problem you have. Yes? If you like a document-oriented way more, you can do it in the same way. You can build your local Mongo-like API or whatever. Still model it like a database. Databases are one of the better tools we have, right, in software. So just exploring that idea is very useful. Finally, if you have some time, effects basically is the only place in your application that's responsible for coordination and executing side effects. The hardest part of your application by far, right? And that's why it's the most interesting part of NGRX, not reducers. This is why NGRX is very good, right? So often when you talk about Redux, you can the reducers are very easy to understand. Redux is very simple. Redux is simple because the hardest part is not in the core model, right? This is the hardest part. And I think what's great about NGRX is that we use RxJS, right? A lot of similar kind of letters composed in different ways to express side effects. And I think RxJS is probably the best way to manage side effects and coordination, the best mainstream way that I know of. The fact that observables are reified, the notion of time is explicitly defined. It can be hot and cold. You have all these operators you can use to compose observables. It's very, very powerful. If you try to implement a thing called switch map without observables, it's actually surprisingly easy to get it wrong, right? Everyone gets it wrong. If you look at any application that you are probably dealing with, it's full of race conditions because side effects aren't managed properly, right? And NGRX forces you to do it in the right way by just having long-lived observables that manage your side effects, right? So if you want to learn more, check out our site, our blog. You can get the books for free or not. It's really up to you. If you want to support poor Victor, pay for them. If you don't care, I'll give for free. Also, check out Annex. This is if you use NGRX in your application, Annex is an open source toolkit we put together, and essentially it helps you do NGRX right. It creates a bunch of boilerplate, sets it up in a way that makes it harder to screw it up, right? So check it out as well. It's obviously free and open source, so I think it's very, very, very nice. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're going to have one more talk in this room. Before I introduce that talk, I wanted to give you a heads up about a schedule change. Bonnie and Lucas had some technical issues, and so their talk is going to be presented over lunch. If you would like to hear it, it will be at 1:30 in Saturn across the way. Components are the new thin clients. If you're interested in attending, grab some lunch and head over there. We're really sorry they had some technical issues, and we're going to record that talk so that folks who can't make it can watch it. All right, next up, Adam Klein. Adam is a web developer by day, an open sourcer by night. He's one of Israel's leading community activists, an international speaker, and one of the organizers for the Angular Up conference. Adam, are you ready?
Let's see. Is it connected? Can you hear me? Is it showing?
We have technical people. It's not showing behind.
No, it's not showing. It's showing her display.
All right, our technical people look happy. Carry on.
Awesome. Let me just switch to extend the display. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Are you awake? It's lunch soon. Woohoo! Okay, so my name is Adam Klein. I'm going to speak about Mobix. As Naomi said, I'm a web developer by day, open sourcer by night. I'm also the CDO of a company called 500 Tech, which I'm going to speak about later. I'm the author of Angular 3 Component and Mobix Angular. And I also released a new package lately. It's called Shachar. It's my new baby boy. Oh, thank you. It's still in alpha, so there's a lot of bugs and unexpected behavior. Yeah. I'm not the main contributor, by the way. I just did the initial commit. Okay. Enough baby jokes. So raise your hand if you've heard of Mobix. Okay, got a few people. Raise your hand if you've used Mobix. 2, 3. Oh, nice. Okay. Raise your hand if you're alive at the moment. Nice. Most of you are alive. I see some dead people in the audience. Okay. Can't learn Mobix if you're dead. So what is Mobix? Mobix is a solution for state management. So basically, it's an alternative to using Redux or NGRX. It's a really different alternative. It uses plain objects and classes, so no immutable data and no complex flows. You just call functions and set properties on objects. It's very simple, and it's quite brilliant, and I hope I can get you through the internals so you can understand why it's so brilliant and how it works. And it's framework agnostic, so it was originally developed for React. I said the R word, I'm sorry. But it has an official Mobix Angular connector, and it's not really framework specific. So it allows us to manage our application state as a single source of truth, and it can be shared between components. And it allows us to keep our components in sync. Okay. They're in the sync. So, okay. Let's look at some code. Okay, so should I zoom in, or do you see it? Zoom in? It's fine, okay. So we have, I'll increase it a bit. So I have this very simple app. I can deposit dollars, and you can see the total balance getting updated and a list of transactions, and I can withdraw money. And if I get to a negative balance, then I have this message, your account is in overdraft. Let's just make me rich. Yes. Okay, so here is how this application is built. Now it's just Angular, okay, without Mobix. So we have a service, which is a class called account. It holds an array of transactions, everything we deposited or withdrew. And it has a function that gets the current balance, which is just a sum of the transactions. We also have a function called isNegative, which is if the balance is less than 0, and deposit and withdraw, they just add another transaction to the end of the array. Okay, so it's very simple, and it's shared between all of our components. Let's look at our app component. So our app component is basically just 3 components: the actions, the balance, and the list of transactions. And each of these components just injects the account store, the service, and calls the functions to invoke actions, and uses the properties to display in the component template. Right, so in the balance component, we display the balance and the is negative, and in the transactions component, we just iterate over the transaction array. All right, so it works, right? Why do we need Mobix? Let's look at a few problems. So first of all, let's go to the balance component and add a binding to a method called count, which doesn't really do anything. It just console counts how many times change detection happens on the balance component. So now you see change detections run 4 times, and when I type letters, every keystroke causes change detection. When I deposit money, change detection runs a few times. And I'm wondering why do I need to update the balance component, which is this, every time a keystroke is being made, right? It doesn't really help me. It's just unnecessary updates. There's also another problem. If we go to the getBalance method, and we do console count compute balance, so you can see we compute the total balance also on every keystroke, and we do it a few times. So in this application, it's very small, and it works perfect, so there's no performance problems. But when your app starts getting big and scale up with a lot of components and data, this is bound to be irresponsive, and the performance will be very bad. And we've seen it happen with a lot of applications. So why is this happening? Anybody knows? Because of zone, right? Angular uses zone, which basically means everything that happens on the screen, every event, Angular will just run change detection on all of our components. So if our components call a function, it will be rerun every time. So there's a very simple way to handle this, which is to use the change detection strategy on push. This basically tells Angular, listen, Angular, I got this. Okay, this one is on me. You go to sleep, and I wake you up when you have work to do. Okay, so now Angular will not automatically run change detection, which is great, because now when we type, there are no console logs, right? But when we deposit money, our components are not updated, because Angular is asleep. So now it's our job to run change detection on the components that need to be updated. And we do this using Mobix. So the first thing to do is to install Mobix and Mobix Angular and import the Mobix Angular model, which I already did. And now I'm going to use the 3 most common functions from Mobix: observable, computed, and action. So observable has nothing to do with Rx observable. Okay, it's just the same name. And we use it as a decorator on our state, on our property, which is the transactions property. This tells Mobix, I want you to know every time someone accesses this property. Okay, it still doesn't do anything. It just makes Mobix aware of when we get and set this property. Now, in order to observe this observable, we use a directive from Mobix Angular called Mobix Autorun. Mobix Autorun uses a function called Autorun from Mobix, which I'll show later. And before explaining how it works, I just want to show you, I'm putting it on the transactions component as well. Did it refresh? So I just want to show you, when I click deposit, it just works. So when I type keystrokes, nothing happens. You don't see anything in the console. But when I actually change the transaction array, because it's an observable, Mobix knows that it needs to run change detection again on our components. And you're probably wondering, what? Like, how does this work? It looks like Mobix knows how our components are using the state. Well, it does know, and I'm going to show you later how it works. But you can still see that when I deposit new money, the balance is computed twice. Why is it computed twice? Because the balance component uses, it calls getBalance, which computes the balance, and it also calls isNegative, which calls getBalance. So we recompute getBalance. So now we're going to use the second method from Mobix called computed. In order to use it, we have to make our transform our functions to getter functions. We can use the decorator computed. And now we have to use balance and isNegative as if there were a regular property. Okay, it's just ES6 getter or TypeScript getter, if you know it. We'll also do the same thing in the balance component. And now if we go to our app, when we deposit money, let's clear the console, it only gets computed once. So what Mobix does is the first time you call balance, it will calculate the balance, and Mobix sees that you're accessing these .transactions, and it will build something called a dependency tree. So it knows, okay, first I'm going to cache the value of the balance. So the next time you call balance, it will just retrieve the cached value. And the next time you change the transactions array, it will recalculate all the computed values and trigger all the reactions, which in our case is the render functions, of the detect changes functions of our components. So that's pretty nice. And now, for the final, not the final, but the last one I want to show you now, is the action decorator. And the action decorator I put on all the functions that mutate the state. This is not mandatory, but it's very good because, first of all, it will allow us to do some really nice logging in debug tools, which I'm about to show you. Second, it runs the function inside a transaction, which means if I had more assignments, more property assignments inside the function, it will not trigger all the observers and computed values for each assignment. It will wait until all the action is complete and then trigger all the reactions. So now that we have action, let's go back to our app. And you can see that Mobix Angular tells us, hey, listen, if you type Mobix Angular debug true, then Mobix will now log everything to the console. So let's see that happening. Deposit. Oh, cool. Action deposit. Let's withdraw some money. Action withdraw. Nice. Now when we look inside, we can see, OK, we deposited $1,000. That doesn't really matter. Some things happened. And then we had a reaction. Transactions component dot detect changes. So this is the transaction component. And the reaction to changing the transaction array was to run detect changes. That's why our component gets updated. We also see two computed values getting calculated, which are the balance and the isNegative computed values. And only then it will run detect changes on the balance component, which is this one. So you can see that it does have very intimate knowledge of how our component depends on the state and on the computed values which are derived from the state. So computed values really allow us to keep our code very declarative. We don't want to save the balance on the state because then we duplicate state. We have to recalculate it every time it changes. So we want to keep our code declarative and use Mobix for performance. The second thing we can do is just right-click on every component, Angular component that we have, and Mobix debug will console log the dependency tree of this component. So it kind of gives us a glimpse inside the internals of Mobix. So Mobix says, okay, balance component detect changes. It depends on account is negative and account balance. And we can drill down more and see account is negative, it depends on balance, and balance depends on transactions. So we can really see what's going on under the hood, and it's easier this way to follow it. And okay, so this is the basics of Mobix. Knowing this, you can really manage your state easily with services. So you can think about this like a smart change detection for Angular, right? Remember when you first heard about change detection or digest cycle, you're like, oh, I wonder, that's probably a really smart mechanism. It knows when it needs to update. No, it doesn't. It just updates everything all the time. This mechanism is really complementary to Angular, in my opinion. Okay, I have some time, so I'm going to show you what using Mobix without Angular looks like. So I'm going to do something which is pretty simple to do with Mobix, and that's to automatically persist the state and to local storage and load it from local storage. So the first thing I'm going to do is import autorun from Mobix. And autorun just gets a callback as a parameter. And inside here, we can just do local storage dot saved transactions, and we will stringify these transactions. And so what this does is just automatically save to local storage every time transactions change. But again, how does it happen? Let's just first see that it works. So I'm depositing money, I'm withdrawing money, and local storage save transactions has the array. So let's walk you through what's going on. The first time you call autorun, Mobix will take this function and it will invoke it. But it also knows which observables and computed values you've used, because the observable decorator actually turns the transaction array into a getter and a setter function. So now, after the first run, it builds the dependency tree. So it knows that if transactions change, it needs to rerun the autorun function. And now when we deposit money, we change the transaction array. Mobix says, OK, let's rerun the autorun. And if you think about it, it's really brilliant. So when we go back to our, let's say, a balance component, basically what it means is if we used something inside our template, then if it changes, we want to know about it, right? And we want to run change detection. And everything happens automatically. If I show you the code of Mobix Angular, of the Mobix autorun directive, it's very simple. It does some setup, blah, 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 debugging, and then this is like the actual code. It just runs view detect changes inside autorun. And view detect changes basically goes over all of our binding in our template. So if it used something, it will be re-invoked when it changes. So now just to complete the saving and restoring, I'm going to ask if local storage save transactions, then this transactions equals JSON parse this. So basically in the constructor I'm saying if I save transactions, let's load them into the transactions array, and boom. That's where you clap. No need to get up. You can sit down. Okay. It's not me, I'm just showing you. I didn't write Mobix. I just really like it. So I can deposit, withdraw, I can see everything that's going on. I can see how it affects my application. I get really good performance and very good declarative code. And if I refresh, then it stays. OK, let's go back to our presentation. So what else? What else? So there are a few other good benefits about Mobix. First of all, async flow is really simple. You just do stuff called get promises, then you can do other stuff, and everything will work. It also works with AngularJS really well. And there's a project called Mobix Stately, which is a pretty new project. It's based on Mobix, written by the same creator, and it gives more structure to the state. It allows you to define models that automatically have automatic associations between them. And it also supports time traveling, undo, redo, and DevTools and more cool stuff, if you like more structure. And it has many more features that I didn't show you, a lot of other ways to observe values. I encourage you to just go Google Mobix or Bing Mobix. I don't know if you do that. Ask Jeeves. And just look at the documentation and explore it. And now time for some shameless promotions. So, first promotion is my company called 500 Tech. We recently did rebranding. This is our new website. So we help companies build advanced web and mobile applications in all around the world, the United States, Israel. We do development and also training and consulting. You can go in our website and check out some really cool projects that we've built from ground up. Our impressive list of clients. We do a lot of conferences and meetups and write books and all kinds of stuff that doesn't give us money. And you can just go in here and say like, hey Adam, great talk, and send, and I will appreciate it. The next promotion is Angular Up. It's a conference in Tel Aviv, June 28th, 2018, this year. It's the third time. It's really amazing. We're having like 600-700 attendees. You can see the video from last year here, or click on 2017 and check out the amazing list of speakers that we had. You probably recognize some of them from here. And the coolest thing is that we're combining it with a tour of Israel. So if you come to the conference, you can also go get on the tour, go to Jerusalem, go to the Dead Sea, put some mud on yourself, eat some great hummus, of course. And I have some leftover swags from last year's conference. So I have ES6 cheat sheets and some spinners and camel stickers. So after this talk, you're probably going to run to lunch, but in office hours, you can come and get some swag. And thank you.
All right. Before you all take off, I just want to take a moment to underline the community partners and give them a big shout out. Angular Connect has once again partnered with our community groups from all around the world. And we would like to welcome our partners here today and the ones who are watching on the live stream. Hello. All right, here in Jupyter after the break, we have testing Angular apps at scale with Jan Molak. Over in Saturn, Shmuela will be teaching you how to talk to your app, and anybody is welcome to join the Venus Room for the Code and Deploy Angular to the Cloud workshop. And last but not least, in Pluto, you'll find user interfaces, forms, materials, CSS, animation panel. There is food in both the foyers. If the line's too long in the foyer you're in, try the other one. We'll see you back here after the break.